All right, I'm back. So for lunch, I decided to get a couple Uncrustables. Got those, well, they got a defrost, so I'm not going to be able to eat them for like 30 minutes to an hour. But I got a fresh 2-liter. Here we go. And I had to step away, I think. So I think I know what I'm going to do. I have a rough idea. You will be able to make a null stone. It's not going to be a utility block. It's going to be just something in the game, right? It's going to be like the opposite of like a rune stone, right? A rune stone would enhance elemental, you know, like magic things, right? It's a magic block. This would be a block that has no right. It's kind of like the reverse, but it's not gonna. You're not gonna be able to place them in places and have it like ruin magic, right? But it's like it's gonna be the building block of like the null magic system, the null stone. Not sure how you're gonna make it yet or anything, but I think that's what I'm gonna do. So that means one of these can go away. That also means that this anti-magic generator, that's what I'm going to call this utility block, the anti-magic generator. Everywhere it says stability stabilizer, replace it with anti-magic generator. 9 occurrences. Cool. That also means that I gotta change this. Anti-magic. Generator, okay. Copy. Hey, Spetsy. How's it going? There we go. We're making progress. He's doing it. He's doing the thing. Magic. Okay, so this block will spawn with very basic stuff. Let's go into... I have to create a couple files, got to register a couple things. So let's go into block entity. We'll do that first. Utility block. I will copy the stability stabilizer. And I need to rename it anti-magic generator. How's your day going, Spetsy? Here we go. Copy. Go. So that should be happy. Been doing all right. Just been getting in hell diving. Ah, you play Helldivers too? Super Earth is pretty beat up. One of the live streamers that I watch dabbles in that. It looks interesting. I was just never into like the shooters. You know, like all my friends would play like CS and Battlefield, and I just you know, point and click never really went like sat well with me. Hey Oder, how's it going? You guys missed a pretty epic first half of the stream. This got some major stuff done. Like really freaking awesome. Love it. Let me copy the stability stabilizer. This is what I was looking for. All right, I gotta paste this. Here we go. Anti-magic generator. Paste. Paste and paste. All right. save that. I need to register this new block and block entity. I still gotta clean this up. Still gotta clean it up. Alright, so where are all the other utility blocks? Here they are. Paste that in. Copy. Paste. Alright, block entity. Okay, so these should be registered. We'll have a basic item. I don't have a model for it yet, but I think that won't be too hard to make. I just need to be in the mood. IMO Helldivers is a lot more chaotic, past medium difficulty. It's closer to Earth Defense Force right now. Past medium, it's way more fast-paced than stuff in Battlefield. Shot down like 4 dozen skyscraper-shaped ships in the last couple days. Yeah. No, I've watched people play it, right? Like, and it's funny because like the one guy that he gets like team killed a lot, like a lot. There was one thing that I saw, a game coming out. It's called like Star Rupture. It seems like it's a Satisfactory / Helldivers kind of thing. And by Helldivers, what I mean is like, so you'll set up your like Satisfactory, like, you know, you're colonizing, but then like the bugs and stuff like swarm and like try to attack your base, and then you go into like pretty much Helldivers mode, and you gotta like throw grenades at them and like shoot them, and you know, like set up defense turrets and stuff like that. I get killed by my sentries more than the enemy. Oh yeah, classic. All right, so I should have a rudimentary anti-magic generator block. It should inherit a lot of things already. What I need to do is we are going to copy... Why not the stability stabilizer? Who cares? I'm going to copy this. Paste it in. Oh shit, I already had something for it? Older resubscribing with the Prime. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You an EverQuest? I bet you're an EverQuest right now. I don't know. Oh, whoops. Delete. Did not mean to do that. I'm like, how does Ari have something? I need to go into shapes, blocks, utilities. There we go. This is what I need. Copy. Paste. Boop. I'm actually loading up Cyberpunk 2077 right now. Ah, you were just on EQ. Just missed ya. I got Enshrouded. I want to get back into that Lord of the Rings game as well. I also just picked up the Planet Crafters, I think it was. It was on sale. It was a game I had been like kind of looking at, like side-eyeing, just waiting for a sale, and then I got like a 41% off sale, you know, like hit that up. So I got the game and like that expansion that came out, but or not, yeah, I think it was an expansion or what, you know, whatever the edition, right? Whatever they call them these days. But yeah, I got some games. Enshrouded may actually be like a lot of fun. Phantom Liberty. Not sure if that's from Cyberpunk. I have no idea. That Cyberpunk's one of the things where like I've watched some people kind of play it. Oh, you want Enshrouded too? Yeah. I kind of just want to be like a tank. It feels like, it looks like it's awesome, right? Like you can like pick your class and stuff. You can build, like, I think it looks visually awesome. Elusive Enigma, hey! Finally I'm home to catch your stream. We're here. I'm actually right after I create the I have a couple more files to create. I'll go in because we got more people here. I was streaming all this morning. I got some pretty big things in. So I'll go over that as soon as I get this taken care of. Cyberpunk is super fun. I looked at it and like it looks cool and like stuff, but I'm like, it kind of feels like Star Citizen to me, right? Like it's like, what do you do? I don't know. But it could also be the people that I watch. They were kind of lost. And when you're partially watching because you're doing something else, you know. Oh, and I got Oblivion too that I could jump into. I'm on my 3rd playthrough. Dang, how many hours you put into that? Ooh-wee. Okay, let me see where I'm going to put the Null Stone. Probably right with the Rune Stone. So I think it's Magic Stations, yeah. So I'm going to copy the Rune Stone, and we're going to call this the Null Stone. The start of our anti-magic. Where it all starts, right here. Whoops. So find anything that is Runestone and make it Null Stone. Find anything that is capital R Runestone, make it capital N Null Stone. Should be 3. Yep. Perfect. Have you played the original Oblivion? Yes, I did. Back when I played it, you know, I was young. My friends and we all, you know, basically it just took one person kind of torrenting it. we all played off that copy. I remember like all my friends, we hauled all of our PCs down to our one friend's basement, and all of us just loaded up Oblivion and just played. We ended up getting a couple pizzas. We did a Walmart run. I got like a bag of Skittles, and oh man, it was like the LAN party. Played that for like 3 days. Like it was awesome. $250 hours right now. Pretty light overall. Get out of here. That was a trip back then. Yeah, right. I remember LAN parties. I wish I could still do LAN parties. All right, like when you get older, it's, you know, I don't have any nerdy friends around me where I can just be like, hey man, grab your PC, come on over. Set it up in the game room. Yeah, that doesn't really happen anymore. It's too bad. It's too bad. So for the Null Stone, I have to make a decision. Do I need a basic, advanced, and Mastercraft? Probably not. A Null Stone's just gonna be a Null Stone for now. But I need to copy one more file. Because this is not gonna be a block entity. It's just gonna be a simple block. Where the hell's my runestone? Station. Nope. There it is, runestone. Copy, paste. And once I get this made, we can hop into the game. I just can't create files while the game's live. Null Stone. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be sweet. Rune, and rune. There we go. We gotta register this as well, so we'll come up to the top. I wanted to put it right with the other runestone. There it is. Copy paste, so let's do Null Stone. There we go. Okay, I should be able to hop into the game now. And I'll be able to show you what I did this morning. Do you touch the Null Stone and it dispels magical effects? Yeah, so it was requested. that there's something that you can interact with to remove buffs. A lot of people build, they have swiftness on, no other buffs really, they want to get rid of them, right? While they're building or doing whatever. So that's where the Null Stone comes in, and it's the start of the Null Magic branch that I wanted to dive into. So the way I'm thinking of it, the Null Stone is going, like right now it's kind of like a rune stone. Really, it's just a stone that you can interact with, and it'll strip the buffs off of you. But it's by your choice. You have to actually like interact with it. And then you will use the Null Stone to make the anti-magic generator, which is going to be a block you place down. It's a utility block, and then within the radius, depending on the rune stone that's underneath it, it will cast an AoE silence on all the players. And if someone is silenced, that's a silence debuff. You won't be able to cast any spells until that wears off, right? So it's a way for role-playing people, you know, servers can be like, no magic in the center of town, no magic in this district, right? I can incorporate it in like new worlds and stuff, because eventually we're going to get dimensions, and I want to have like epic boss fights and dungeons. So it's a tool that I can use there too, to where there are certain zones of like anti-magic, right, where your magic will fail. I can evolve it more and have it to where, like, you know, it can like suspend buffs and whatnot. So it's the start of something great. And then that on the same thing, I'm adding a lot more debuffs, or I'm gearing up to. So we have a lot of buffs, but a lot of debuffs. I'm going to create a new spell called Dispel, and it's going to be incantation. Mages will get that. And they will be able to remove debuff effects on players and or themselves, right? And for debuffs, I have things like Flicker Fire. When you move, it causes fire damage, and it's relative to your speed. Mind Fog, using hotbar items, can fail. Drift will make you slowly rise up randomly into the air, and then kind of dropping you. Weighted is the opposite. It increases gravity, so you can't really jump, and it slows you down. That one's going to be scary. Overgrowth will spawn kind of a slowing plant underneath you as you walk, like a temporary plant, and it will also put random walls of temporary leaves in front of you. Silence, of course, will stop player spell casting. I have ideas for like Lunar Drain and Solar Drain, which will, you know, depending on the debuff, it'll take satiety and then health, like if it's during the day, right? If it's Lunar Drain or a Solar Drain, and then Lunar would be like at night, you would lose, you know, stuff. A Hollow Voice, you can't chat, as in like you can't type into your chat because you're because of the debuff. Blind will like darken the screen. Weakness will make elemental damage, you know, things hit more. Weakness will probably be a debuff that you'll see in boss fights. I'll do something like maybe like the boss is like channeling something, and you have to like line of sight it behind a pillar before it does its AoE. And maybe like it could hit you, and then it can give you that weakness debuff, so then if you get hit by other elemental attacks, it's gonna hurt. Recoil, casting and using magic, it'll cause minor self-damage and like knockback, like for the recoil. Fatigue, you can't sprint. I think that one's gonna suck too. One where it randomly like pushes you like around and stuff. Curse of Shattering, it's gonna make like the durability loss on all the things you do, like, you know, a lot more. Disarm's gonna be a bitch. Anything held in your main hand is just gonna drop to the floor when you get disarmed, and you can try and pick it back up and it'll just immediately drop again. Echoing Pain, that one was a unique one. Like, you'll take damage, like you'll have the debuff, right? And let's say you take 5 points of damage. Then 2 seconds later, you'll take damage equal to half the strength of that, right? So then you'll get hit by another 2.5. Confusion, movement keys are reversed. Can you imagine like a boss or someone casting confusion on you, and you're trying to press forward and you're walking backwards? You try and press the right and you're going left. Right? Like, oof. Yeesh. Might be worth making an admin blocked version that doesn't need any resource. Could see admins making dedicated safe zones that way. Oh, for, you know, Spetsy, you bring up a good point that someone else had asked me about and I totally forgot about until you said something. Make versions of utility blocks that last forever. Right? That's kind of what you're talking about. Mindfog, do you have a means to make it do that? Seems very clever. Yeah. I mean, with programming, I should be able to do something to the hotbar to, like, it's really, it's gonna, the trick is you have to look at what listeners are available, right? So if I can tap into something for like the hotbar where it's a listener that says, you know, you're trying to interact with an item in your hand, then I just need to tap into the, it's like when you put on armor. A listener gets set up that says if you're equipping armor in this slot, or this slot, right? Or any slots, then do whatever the code is, right? But you just need to see what kind of event and listeners you can tap into. I think there are things in the hotbar, like when you're performing an action. And then I can check to see if you're trying to swing or attack or anything, and then roll a random and make it fail. So yes. If you mean dimensions, we've been told it's planned later on, so he should be able to tap into it once the system is... for dimensions, yeah. I'm still learning the coding. You have been showing up. Well, you're about to see some coding. Mind Fog is one of the debuffs. Seems very cool, making hotbar items fail. Yeah, right. All right, here, let's hop into... You should see two things, the two big things that I did this morning. Huge things. Man, I'm waiting for my Uncrustables to like thaw, and it's still frozen. Very sad. So, if you noticed, I just got 3 buffs put on me, and the game was shut down. I have the system fully working, multiplayer tested with my client over here, data center server. Now, when you cast buffs on yourself or you have other people cast buffs on you, when you log out or disconnect randomly or anything, it will preserve your buffs and reapply them when you log back in. The second thing is the buff list. You can drag it anywhere you want and it will remember where it is. It dynamically grows the same. It's awesome. But you got your buffs and debuffs, your effects list, totally different. You put it anywhere you want. This was a long time coming. There were some people I didn't realize that didn't even know I had put this in, because they use like the heads-up display, the simple HUD thing, right? So you can click on this, right? Fixed and movable. So if it's fixed, this is where it comes up default. You can still, I changed the config options so you can like have it set in different places. But yeah, basically like to get your mouse right, you hold down Alt. I think a lot of people know they can do that while they're playing to get their cursor. But then you just basically go into movable, and then you can move it anywhere you want. Boop. So yeah, that's though those two things were enormous amounts of work. Freaking enormous amounts of work. But yep, so now what we're working on is the request for anti-magic stuff. So we are making the null stone, because before people were able to log out. There we go. We'll resize it a little bit. Look at that. Boom. Stayed right where it was supposed to. But you could log out and it would erase all of your buffs, right? So if people wanted to get rid of their buffs, they could probably just log out, log back in, bam, clean slate, and they can build. You can't do that anymore with this, but that also means that you can get buffs right before you're gonna sign out, right? and sign back in when your friends aren't on in your server, and you will have those buffs preserved. Awesome fun. Your elemental resistance fades. Oh no. So now we're working on the Null Stone, which is again, it's going to be a block that you can right-click interact with, and it will drop all your buffs. Right? It's like a buff reset for those who want it. And then we are also going to use we're going to make the anti-magic generator, and make sure that my silence debuff is working correctly. Maybe we'll change the silence debuff. So let's find these new blocks. Well, here's the one, the Null Stone. Oh, I got the 3 versions of it. For now, I will just work with the basic. So it's got nothing, right? But this is the start. It's gonna be a Null Stone block. You right click on it, your buffs are gone. Thought you were saying you had mind fog. Had a mind fog. I thought you were saying you had a mind fog for a moment. Wait, I'm missing some of the chat. Missing some chat. Most of those debuffs are innovative. I'm about it. Yeah, right? Yeah, a lot of HUD mods like the top left corner. Yeah, they do. And I know why. I can show you why right now. It is in right here. Because you do it with alignment, and there's like the top, it's top left or left top, that right there. That's the default everyone likes, and it does nestle it perfectly up in the corner. That's why I picked left middle, right? So and then from there, right, you can drag and drop it anywhere. So fun. fun. Where is is it here? No, that's the Null Stone. Oh, it's right there. So this will be the anti-magic generator. Obviously, we still need a texture or a model for it, map some textures. But for now, we're gonna just kind of play around with it. So I'll just put this here, put that there. So technically this is the anti-magic generator field. Let's go to... Oh, a staff, duh. Cast transmutation. Let's charge it. I don't think you can charge these with the new spells. Let me try. Hold on. This guy. Nope, you can. All right, so I screwed up something here. Good. I was curious how you were going to overcome the buffs on log off. It was a long time coming. A lot of... See, the problem is when you try and make something complex like that, you can't rely on even the game's like what the game describes, the way something works. I tried numerous times to get something working, and it just... I had to figure out how the game actually interpreted some of this stuff, right? Like when you log out, it's like, oh yeah, you know, when the player disconnects, blah, 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 you can hook an event to it. What they don't tell you all the time there is that your player can be null because you have logged out. So you can't save anything there. So, right, how do you get creative to like work when the game is working in a weird way that, you know, it's pain in the butt. All right, so transmutation is not working on this. Oh, you know what? It's not going to work because I need to add this new generator to the transmutation search. Let's do that right now. Where is it? Projectile. Collectible behavior, entity, projectile, transmutation. There we go. So turn stability stabilizer. We're just going to copy that. Boop. Right after the magic bridge. Bam. So this will be the anti-magic generator. This will be anti-magic generator. Hopefully I spelled that right. Yes, it looks like I did. In here, it's gonna be anti-magic generator. Oh, anti-magic. What, did I spell it wrong? Oh, I did spell it wrong. There we go. Anti-magic generator. We're gonna create that block entity right there. Okay, so now adding that will save. Now transmutation should affect that block. Here we go. Yo, what are you working on right now? Anti-magic stuff. Okay, so technically it's on, but it's giving me the stabilized buff. Alright, so... Yep, anti-magic stuff, yeah. Thank you, Spetsy. So now let's go into this. Anti-magic generator. I can close that out. I don't think I have them open. Entity. We want the block entity that I created. There it is. Anti-magic generator. Now, so we're sending a packet to apply the buff, the stabilized buff. I had to do the stabilized buff a little different as like a counter. I think it's time to make this a spell. It needs to be a spell that I can put it, like I can put the tag on you. So like I can basically like cast the spell on you of like silence, and it will last for so. But do I want to do it that way? I think it would be a little cumbersome to have everything ticking each second, counting things down. But you know, it may not be. For now, let's do... See, I have this made already. So this buff stabilized time, so... Okay, so this is a constant. I already added this. So this would be debuff. Debuff silence time. This may be all I need to do. I send a packet, and it starts to put the debuff thing. I did most of this. There we go. So now I have the silence effect. Silence effect, because that's a pretty powerful runestone under there. You probably have to go pretty far away for it to start to tick down. There we go. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Right? So I can cast a spell here. Let's make it daytime. There we go. Right? So I can cast a spell. If I get too close, there it is. You are silenced and unable to cast spells. Yes, I knew that was going to be easy. I thought I did most of the work for it. Slam dunk. What about scrolls? Spell scrolls. Yep, same thing. Unable to use spell scrolls. Just make sure test. Yep. You are silenced and unable to cast spells. What happens if you begin to cast a spell but then walk into the silence field? Good question. Let's find out. We'll do fireball because I can move while casting. Stopped it. Stopped it cold. Concentration was broken. Stopped you cold. Help. There we go. I can do it again. Yep. Breaks your concentration. Okay, well, That's that. It needs to look different. I need to... Oh, God, I freaking hate modeling. I'll come up with a model for it. I gotta do the localization on the name. Hate modeling. Alright. Guess I can as well do it. Spindles Gaming. Hydrate. Don't mind if I do. Soda. Alright. Now the Null Stone. The Null Stone I don't have any of the work for, like, preemptively done. I gotta think. Okay, let me think of it this way. So I can have the Null Stone be like the Enchanted Stone, right? Where it's an item that... How would you get it, though? That's the other thing. Okay, you know what? This fucking anti-magic zone sucks. There we go. Shut it off, now the debuff will fall off. Damn it! Okay. So... do I want it to be like Enchanted Stone, but it's called a Null Stone? That means that I would have other blocks, right? I could, because this is what I could do. Null Stone could be kind of like a theme, right? You know, like maybe like a dark or like a blackened, ashen kind of stone. You could get the cobblestone variants and all that stuff, so it's another building block. And then maybe you can turn that Null Stone into like the Eye of Entropy or something. Right, and then that would be what you could click on to, you know what I mean? Because if I'm thinking of anti-magic as a branch, right, a step, like, you know, like something that steps away from magic and counters it, then it would be a good idea to have like that fundamental, you know, like bedrock kind of item. Like I have the Zeganite and Astrolith, right? You know, Enchanted Stone. So this would be called like the Null Stone or something. If I come up with a better name, I'll use that name. Time to outsource the modeling to the community. You know, it's not a bad idea. The only problem is I am super picky. I'm super picky. It's got to fit the theme, right? You know, it's got to fit the theme. And I would feel bad. Someone spend all the time, and what if I look at it and I'm like, I don't like this at all, and I don't want to use this at all. You know what I mean? I would feel really bad. You know, because it's just a matter of taste. That being said, it is very appealing to not have to do freaking modeling. It would be really nice. I hate modeling. Hate it. But yeah, I mean, I could backfill it. So what should we do? What should I do? Should I have the Null Stone be like an Enchanted Stone, and then put more building materials in? Like have it. Although, do you really want more building materials? Do you want something that's like a mix of? Honestly, it would probably be like netherite, like a darker stone. Right, it would be like that, but pretty much grayscale. Maybe a tint of like green in it, but think of like charcoal gray, kind of black gray with like maybe a tint of green, or maybe, you know what, not green, because that's what we have here. It may just end up being grayscaled, right? So do I do that? I'm letting you all vote right now for it. Well, not vote, because I'm not going to put up a poll or anything. But is that what the Null Stone should be? You got Enchanted Stone, and then you got Null Stone. I'd never say no to more building materials. Makes it easier to make magical constructs look good. Right? Okay. Okay, so there's one for yes. One for yes. You may be the only one voting. Ooh-wee. And I got this sitting right next to me. Got it right next to me. I've got no skin in this game. Come on, Oder, you're here. You got skin in this game. I am a dictator. Hey, listen to me. All right. That means that you would also get more chains, more support beams as well. Building blocks. Is there anything else? Anything else? No. I think that's it. How would you get Nullstone? Pretty sure putting stones by rift portals, you know, that right there, that converts into it converts into the option 2. thanks No, converts into the rust crystals. Maybe there's another thing. How would you get Nullstone? I don't know. You know what we could do? I know what we could do. Have it depend on negative energy? See, I don't want to add like a whole new energy system, though. I got essence. I'm hoping that this could be like a light version because it's a magic mod, right? Not an anti-magic mod. But I think it would be a mistake to not have anti-magic properties. Put a stone in the workbench with negative energy, no dark energy. Well, remember, dark energy isn't necessarily like a null stone isn't evil. It's just devoid. It's like a black hole for magic. So light is fire, lightning, and nature. Neutral essence is, you know, water and earth, and then dark essence is wind, frost, and arcane. Right, so this would be a stone, or you know, a branch of this mod that like eats essence, right? It would eat, you know, it honestly, it could tie into the whole taint system that I was talking about adding before, that I wanted to add, right? So like taint is like what eats up the magic and the rifts and everything else. So I could be clever with this. Or I could just not be clever with this. You know what I could do? What if you make it by taking something like Enchanted Stone, and then you use like a neutral light and dark ash and just like craft it? Maybe I can have it be like a little upside down triangle, and I can have it in the middle, and then that becomes a null stone. Does null stone even sound good, or does it sound lame? I have no idea. I can't be trusted with names of things. That's how you get something like Mana Stone for the whole first half of the mod. When you trust that's where you get Eldrathrium from. Nullstone is good. The dust idea would work. What tier of dust? See, that's a problem. I hate that I have different tiers of dust. I regret doing this. There's no reason why it couldn't just be neutral, light, and dark ash. The extra compounds, it's the same thing, right? Like you don't necessarily need to, like, you know, because I really, like, progression is one of two ways, right? Either you create a new item or you need more of the old item, right? Either way, the way the conversion works, you know, it's pretty much like doubling, right? Doubling with like a little more hit of essence, you know, whatever your rustic compound is. Nobody can be trusted with names. That's the neat part. I wouldn't take it high tier considering it would make 3 dusts, or it would take 3 dusts. Yeah, I'm not sure when anti-magic would, you know, that whole branch would really become available. I don't think it should be tied. You should be able to get it immediately, right? Because it shouldn't be tied to your progress. Like a tier 1 mage should be able to make this stuff. Is it consumable? Is it consumable or durability based? Right now, we're figuring that out. We got to figure that out. So this right here, right? Like, I mean, the anti-magic generator, it's going to be a utility block that takes whatever this stone is, right? Whatever this anti-magic stone, null stone. I could call it void stone, right? We don't necessarily have to have it be null. I can use void, not abyss, but void. I could also add it as a potential drop from these, too. The Innate Ancient Spire. My cat is freaking out right now. What are you doing, Bingley? This cat will, like, see something outside, and a leaf blows by, and he starts, like, attacking the window and, like, batting at the window. Yet, you know, a couple days ago, I saw this little spider in the house, and Bingley looks over at it, and walks over to it, sniffs it, and then lazily plops down, like the cat literally was standing, and then he just, like, plopped down onto his side, and then just, like, stared at it, and was, like, waving his paw like that towards it. I'm like, come on, Hunter, you have one job. Like, you should be attacking that thing. Just plop over like it's to come to me, so you shall be smited. I'm ratting on you. Cat. He hears his name and he looks at me. It's a treat. I'm talking about your shortcomings. Yeah, it's the thing. Low tier mages can make all the other stone types. Well, they technically, I guess, could, but you can't get, like, Zeganite, right? You need the Eternal Ash to make Zeganite. And actually, you need to be a tier 2 mage to make this. So Zeganite, Astrolith, and Netherite. Those stones, you have to be a tier 2 mage. Maybe this will be a tier 3 mage thing. Void Stone. I don't know. What are we thinking? Oh, you know, using something other than null can help avoid coding mishaps. You know what? That's actually why I was pitching Void Stone. Because I thought, like, null stone. I'm like, before I stopped streaming before, because I had null stone in mind. I'm like, wouldn't it be funny if it also came with a null point exception? Right. Null point exception. When you place it down and it crashes your server. It's the best anti-magic, anti-game there is. Might as well be a black hole. Considering that how many ashes you'll need for one craft as well. Although making the ratio generous could fix that as well. You know what could also fix it? Revisiting what I talked about before with the fact that do you really need do I really need 9 different types of ash? Why can't I just have one type of ash? So this was an initial thought I had. I'm gonna pitch it to you. We got enough people watching here. People are talking. I'm getting feedback. This is what I thought that I could do. Rustic compound, right? There. Let's get some visuals here. Let's remove all this stuff. Remove that too. Right? So you got your rustic compound. Tier 1. Boop. You would put that into... You would put... well, I could do this a couple ways. you would put that in and you would get just like a basic kind of like magic ash, right? Only one. Doesn't matter what essence type you use. This is a tier 1 thing, right? Doesn't matter what your essence type is. Tier 2 comes around. You know, scratch that. That sounds dumb. That wasn't the idea. I posted it before in Discord, and no one commented on my paragraph as to like how I could get. Yeah, the main thing is I want to get down to just four tops, like 3 types of ash, right? And I'm thinking like if tier 1 would just be like maybe instead of ash, like you don't get any ash, maybe tier 2, or maybe tier 1 you just get these ash, right? Like does it really make sense to have a Seer's compound and the Glimmering compound when you could just make Rustic compound, right? How many compounds are too many compounds, right? I'm literally forcing people to go on a treadmill of item progression in a place where you don't need it. You already have Arcanus, right? You already have the bigger crystals. This did not need to be compounded. Have you played Magicka? They had a crash to desktop spell. Oh my god, I should totally make something like that, along with Magic Brick. Oh, I love it. Excellent. How about languor, which means weakness or powerlessness? Oh, for a name? I don't know. We throw it in the pool, man. I think the different types are cool, but I can see the value of simplifying it down to just 3. But you could stockpile them instead of only making it as you need. Yeah, right? And honestly, I wanted to do something where you could put all 3 types together to come up with a Chimerite kind of thing. You know, like it doesn't always have to be a treadmill of like, you know, maybe sometimes Rustic compound should just be a Rustic compound, you know? And increasing the amount you need instead of the item variety that you need, because it's still the same, right? If a spell takes 3, you know, of some kind of essence dust, and the you know, and getting the essence dust, you know, like the next level essence dust takes twice as many of the previous dust, then at what point should I just make it easier on all of us and be like, yeah, you know what? Instead of needing 3, you need 6 now for the next bump up. You know, I'm not making all of your previous dusts obsolete. Like, oh, that's a tier 1 dust. You know, like it's that's my thought. What does everyone think about that? Yeah, just increasing the amount needed for higher tier stuff is valid if you're wanting to go that route. I think you're onto something there, y'all. Just increasing the amount. If you lock the times you are crafting to a mage tier, and then the progress still occurs, and to make the higher compounds, you need more ratio anyways. Yeah, right? Like, there's a difference between, you know, having to work for something and then, like, slaving away over something that you don't need to. I think there should be only one kind of rustic compound. Right? Like, just one kind of compound. Rustic compound. Leave it as is, right? Because here, let's take a look, right? That's, you already make your candles out of it, and you use the same. It's not like you have different types of mage candles. It's one type of mage candle for all your tiers of rituals, right? Because that doesn't matter. It's your mana torches that matter in those rituals that power them up. And since I already have different types of Arcanus, and I already have the crystals, right? The different sizes of crystals and colors. You know, and looking at this, it already takes a couple rot, right? Like, it's not that big of a, you know... I mean, it gets a lot easier to make a bunch of compounds, but... Really, and it's not even the compounds. Like, I could make the compounds stay the same. Like, maybe you can make a better version. that you could burn to get more of this type of ash. It's just this. I don't like this. Right? Where it's like neutral ash, what is it good for? Small crystals, weak armor, the Sigil of Awakening. And then tier 1 grimoires. You know? Why? Was it needed? Why can't I just have neutral ash come from neutral essence? See, the only thing that gets lost in there is the higher tier materials tend to need the Aldrathium attuner thing. I can't remember. Yeah, the resonator. But I'm not sure how important that is. It's not like it was a big cost. Yeah. It's 1 Aldrathium and 1 quartz for a whole lots of crafts. Yeah, right? It makes sense to simplify. So, okay, so if it makes sense to simplify, let's take a look at some spell ciphers, right? Because that's really where the differences come in, right? These. So let's get Fireball. We'll get Fireball 1, Fireball 2, and Fireball 3. So, right, it takes like 1 light ash, right? You know, a rustic compound, all this. So what I could do is say, you know what? You know, for like tier 2, what's tier 2? 1 Aether Ash. That's basically like 2 light ash. Why don't I just get rid of that stuff and say, you know what? You need like 4 light ash now. You need 8 light ash. The thing is, like, I think I have too many items, too many building block items by just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, I could knock out 6 right here. And if you look, they're just different colors, right? This one's kind of lighter, that one's darker. Like, I could just take, like, the middle color palette here. All I ask is if you remove the compounds from crafts, leave them in the game and the recipe to break them down. That way people who already have the higher tier compounds in the save can then turn them into basic compounds. I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely do that. Now the question is, what is the ratio going to be? Is it going to be a 1-2-4 kind of thing? But it really, I think... Now, keep me honest, everyone. Is it like a 1-2-3 kind of multiplier for these? Like the Mystic Ash? Use the same ratios you use now. Well, 1, 2, and 4? Just take the total cost to make those things. Well, I'm hoping someone nerdier can just tell me. I'm hoping. So we're on board with this then? Like, it makes sense, right? Like, I can put in a conversion for these. And you know what? I can outsource it too. Like, it takes 3 compounds worth of dust and thread to make a tier 2 compound. Yeah, but dust and thread becomes like rain as you level up as well. You know what I mean? Like, if you're using the tier 3 transmutation because you got this right here, I'm not worried about giving you the exact amount of dust and fibers when you could go back in your field, use the supreme transmutation, and get a boatload of dust and fibers. And then you can crack open a rift and speed grow all of your rift blooms too, you know? You can't fool me with your tier 3 mage stuff, you know? You can't fool me. Okay, so rod is a low enough cost that honestly you can disregard that. Yeah, and you can also, I mean, you can make rot with stuff too. I've not become a tier 3 mage yet. Yeah, if you notice, I'll show you here. Let's pull out the 3 different staves. There we go. So this one right here, you have regular transmutation. It's a little area. It actually, there's a minor increase if you harvest with just regular transmutation. You can look at rift blooms, and I tell you what the yields are, or the average yields. Let's do rift bloom. There we go. A mature rift bloom. Right, so if you look at it here, right, so it's a step up. Tier 1 is a step up. You can potentially get 1 to 2. Oh, it's not doing it. Let's fix that right now, the resource yields. There's the staff. Okay, let's fix it, because I think it's like 2 to 4, then 3 to 6. Instead of just getting the 1 steady. So you go, and your AoE increases too, like the greater or the supreme transmutation does like a 9x9 area, so you can go right in the center and then just bam, blast it all, and it saves your seed too. Like it basically, it's like a 95% chance, I think I encoded in there, when you use greater transmutation to get your seed back. So there's only a 5% chance of failure, so you preserve your crops longer. You should be harvesting with transmutation. If you're a mage and you're using a knife, go ahead and use, I got an item for you to use here. Right there, Cursed Ambrosia. Nah, don't use that. I smite you if you use that. Let's look at, what was I going to look at? Oh yeah, the yields. The yields are not returning the correct amount. I guess it would make sense. It's probably looking for the transmutation 1. So let's go into block. It's going to be a block entity. Rift Bloom. Yeah, I put in statics for them. So I could clean this up. There are no wands anymore. So your regular resource yield is 1 to 2. Actually, did I increase that? Let's go through this right now. Let's go through this right now. Where is... I think it's in the block. Yeah, because it's on block break. So here we go. Rift Bloom. On block broken. Send packet player magical achievement. So if it's unstable, I can just comment that out. Here we go. So you'll get rusty dust. So it's between 1 to 2. Shifting fibers 1 to 2. There's your drop rate for your seed and your knife. So that is harvesting with, so it is 1 to 2. Wow, I was really generous. I thought it was just a 1 to 1. I guess I made it 1 to 2. All right. So that would be correct. Oh, you know what? It's not. For it to be a 1 to 2, that would have to be a 3. Because when you do next, it's your max value minus 1. So this rolls a random. That is, it's a 1 out of 1 random, so it's going to return 1. So you will get 1 rusty dust and or 1 shifting fiber. Well, and 1 shifting fiber from 1 harvest. That's with a knife. So let's save that. Now, okay, so main hand stack item is spellcasting tool. And you have magic unlocked. Oh, I'm doing it by your tier, your magic tier. We need to fix this. We're gonna fix this right now. That's why it was giving me all the same. Because I'm a tier 1 mage right now. So let's do H stack dot let's do collectible dot co dot dot contains. There we go. Let's take a look at these staves. I believe it's just apprentice, magicians, and archmage. But I'm gonna verify because I don't trust myself. Here, spell staff. Yep. So we will copy. We'll start off with archmage. Go. The yield's going to be 3 to 6. Copy the same thing here. Copy. Same thing here. Wait, magician. It's a good thing it's a good thing the question was asked. I totally forgot to update this. Greater, when I made the greater transmutation and stuff, I wanted that to be like better versions of it. There we go. So 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 3 to 6. There we go. 3 to 6 with that staff. 2 to 4, 1 to 2. If I just get a knife out. Go. Right, if you don't have a tool that can harvest, it just says it's ready to harvest. With the knife, resource yield 1. Booyah! Oh yeah, I meant to ask, how does telekinesis function? I use it in my Riftbloom farm, but often what ends up happening is I get a straight line of items to the west of me. Are they spawning like 10 blocks above me and getting hit by wind? Good question. I don't know if the wind is involved at all. I haven't tested it. Let's test it out now. Here we go. Chicken eggs. Holy shit, I think it is windbound. All right. Whoops. Get telekinesis. Here, let's do version 3 because the AoE is bigger and it does more. Wait, before we do that, let me get rid of the nebula staff. There we go. I would have just adminate them. Yeah, I don't know. I got 8. And how many did I put down? Because the wind does blow to the west. Does it lob them somewhere? Okay, we'll have to look at this. Remind me to look at this after doing what we're doing now. Remind me to look at this. Because, oh, I got 13 eggs. Where'd I get more? All right, well, we'll take a look at that. Why'd I use eggs? Hold on, let's get something that's easier to see. There we go, Terra Preta. There we go, stack of 64. It did put him off to the side a little bit. We'll have to take a look at this. I admin ate a lot of these. Yeah. I just realized I had eggs. I had eggs. Weird. I don't know. Maybe my positioning's wrong. We could take a look at that spell though. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I need to look at transmutation, the projectile, which is right here. Let's do Rift Gloom. Okay, so I'm getting the size modifier based on the player magic tier, so I don't want to do that. I want to get a size modifier based on the projectile name itself. Now I separated these out into different spells. Do I have different projectiles? Let's see. How did I do this? Transmutation 1. Okay, so spell projectile transmutation -1. This one should be transmutation -2 and then -3. So what I could do is copy this, right? And I can go back into here. And I can say if this dot code dot path dot contains this, right? So if it contains that, then it's going to be 3, and that would be 2. There we go, and then the 1 is just the default. So now I'm looking at the projectile instead of you. So that means if I, hold on, get rid of that. There it is. We're going to harvest this with the tier 3 version of transmutation. I will get 3 to 6 ingredients. Boop. And I got my seeds. So let's put this away. So I got 3 shifting fibers from that one. And 3. So I got 3 and 3. Let's run that back. Rift Bloom. Get rid of this, and get rid of that. Oh, I'm silenced? Oh, I turned it back on? Oh, shit. There we go. We'll shut that back off. Freaking silence, man. Okay. Here we go. All right, how much did I get? So I got 8 rusty dust and 9 shifting fibers from the 2 plants. Right? So that 3 to 6, it's definitely in the pocket, and you're getting a random amount. Not sure either, but I'll have items on all 4 sides of me, and suddenly there's a straight line coming from my position going to the west. You know what? For me, it was going to the east, right? Because it was all lined up there. So for me, it was all going to the east. But the wind, it's blowing that way? So I don't know. It depends on where they are in relation to you. I have to post a screenshot of my Rift Bloom farm later when I cast. Yeah. I could very well have something. I misremembered it was east. Okay. Yeah, I mean it could be the wind. because I think our items are susceptible, right, to wind. Here, let's test it out. Right, so if I just throw these in the air, right, just like that. Yeah, look, the wind's taking them. The wind took them. Yeah, they're over there. So it has to do with the wind. Maybe I could add something to it that says if it collides with you, because I shoot it right at you. Like it comes right like about eye height. Maybe I can have it to where it... I don't know if I can override the wind, though. But I can maybe have it to where, like, it shoots it fast enough at you, and then when it collides, I can set the motion to 0. That way, it doesn't have, like, the wind affecting it, too. Try something like that. Alright, wait, what was I initially working on? We just did the change to transmutation. Tested it. Tested it. I can get rid of transmutation 1 and 2. I'm going to start closing some stuff out. Rift Bloom stuff, I think we're good. Oh, you just finished getting transmutation loot fixed? Yes. Yes. Oh, I need to... So what are the amounts? What are the amounts to like refund you to go back to normal essence? I meant the ash, the essence ash. And what I will do is I could start making changes. So does that mean, should I, by making this change, should I change rustic compounds too? Should I get rid of rustic compounds or should I keep them? Right, because you have the rustic compound, which is that. Then you have the glimmering compound, which, I mean, it's basically, it uses the other. I never liked this. And then that, yeah, I think that's too much. It's too much. Because it's inheriting everything from the other two. Yeah, but you saw, right? Like, you could do the transmutation. Like, I'm a tier 3 mage, I can make the tier 3 Seer's compound, right? And right there I got, oh, well, I would have had enough, right, just in the dust there, but then this, it also would have been, these amounts. The funny thing is, it doubled the amount of rot you need. So I'm here to see, like, how deep this knife goes. All right, I miscounted earlier. It's 4 compounds to 1 tier 2 compound. Worth of dust and thread, not 3. So 4. So you're thinking tier 2 compound. There we go. So tier 2, it takes 2 of these, so that would be, what, 4 rot. And then, yeah, and then it doubles, right? So it not only doubles there, so that would be 4, and then that would mean it would be 8 with tier 3 converting it to rustic compound. Right? So you were talking earlier about how we can overproduce rusty dust and fibers to overcome the scaling, but isn't the scaling fixed by how much essence it takes to make the dust? But the key is the essence. So, like, if you require more of the general dust, you are thinking of going to, and you increase the amount needed to make an item, You also increase the amount of essence needed as well. Yes. Yeah, because the other side of this is the amount of essence that it takes. Like, let's be honest here. There's not going to be an exact one-to-one refund of the stuff, right? Like, I will do my best, but I'm not going to spend a day and multiple polls, right? You know, coming up with the exact amount to make sure everyone's compensated evenly, right? We'll do our best here. We'll do our best. Yeah, I'm still talking about refunds only right now. How much you got, you know, and really it's not that either. It's the whole thing, right? All of this, all the essence here is on the chopping block. So are the three, well, the other two rustic compounds, right? Do I need 3 versions of the rustic compound, or should I just stick with one? You already got a recipe that turns into 2. Oh yeah, duh. I'm tired. My brain from this morning, the coding, it's a little melted, but I think we're okay. Yeah, you're right. It just, yeah, there you go. You can just break it down with your resonator. Jesus Christ. That's why I thought you were talking about the new scaling system. I don't want to talk about. Okay, so let's assume that. So what do you guys think though? What do you think? Do I need other types of compound? Let's start with that question, right? Do you need other types of compound besides rustic? Does it feel okay to be like, yeah, tier 2 stuff, I need glimmering compound? Honestly, I could take it or leave it. It's not the worst thing. I would probably, honestly, if I keep the glimmering and seer compound, I would change the textures. Because if you notice, the rustic compound used to be like yellow and black, and I made it more kind of like the rust mage, or the rust candle, or the mage candle. Jesus Christ. I made it similar to like the mage candle. So, you know, and honestly, like, it's a source of rot, you know? Like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that if everyone else is. I think it's the essence ash that really needs to, like, not be what it is. It should be ashamed of itself. No, my personal opinion, for the reasons you talked about, it is just a treadmill level up in the crafting table, unless there comes a point where having only the general tier instead of 3 tiers means your ratio scaling is too much. Possibly. No. Yeah, you have max stacks, right? 64 is the ceiling. You know, however we read into that number, right? That's gotta be the absolute maximum. And really it means like, okay, it's like a 1 to 8 to 16, right? You know, like is that kind of, or 1 to 4 to 16? I think that would be it, right? If we're multiplying it like that. So I think we'll be okay there. So really, what would the conversion path be for this then, right? Abyssal Ash, to turn that back into dark. So each Abyssal Ash would be X amount of, you know, Dark Ash. And then burning 1 compound, you get 2 Ash, right? Doesn't bother me one way or another, because I can treadmill fairly quickly. If you're wanting to cut down on surplus crafted items, though, The compounds seem to be the way to go. Really? Man, decisions. Dang nabbit. Because I'm okay. Well, I think I'm thinking of two different things here. Let's start with just the ash. I like light, neutral, dark. Oh, we'll get this here. I don't need all of those stabs. I don't need that. That, and that, right? So, okay, let's put this down. Let's take a look at these. Bam, bam, and bam, right? Light, neutral, dark. Back in there. Now, I can do a couple things here. There's a new type of ash I could make by combining these three to get the Chimerite, right? That's something that I wanted to do back when I first started the mod. It was one of the original names of a material. Right, so like I could branch out from there if I need to. You're right with the compounds. You're right with the compounds, but we got to think of it this way too. Let's be fair. There needs to be some form of treadmill, right? Honestly, I think the ash is like the most egregious, like sucky part of that treadmill. Because you have 9 different items. You know what I mean? Like for all 3 tiers, and they all kind of do similar stuff, but they don't. You know, it's... But how would this look, right? A tier 1 mage. You could get these ash, like the ash, right off the bat. Pretty easily. So what is the cost of like tier 2 stuff then? Is that like an exponential increase? So like, yeah, it takes 1 ash there, and then when you do tier 2 stuff, it takes 4. But I feel like that's kind of cheap, considering the amount of essence it takes to make that ash. Go light, neutral, dark only, and make them have the same model as the tier 2. Yeah, I would have the tier 2 model. Definitely. Doesn't bother me one way or another, because I can treadmill fairly quickly. You want to cut down on surplus? Oh, okay, I read that. If you're wanting to look at the cost of it all, one to make sure it's still a step up in cost, you could always double it and add 1. So like 5 compounds to get 1 tier 2. Compounds worth of compounds. True. How much essence for tier 2 and tier 3 ash? Yeah, see, like I had like 1 prismatic ash, right? 1 aether ash, 1 light ash. I don't know what the essence amounts of those are. I can look them up, but this was turned back on? You know what it is? I keep exiting the game and not saving. I think that's what's happening. I log out. I'm like closing the game down, or I'm just stopping it to do a change. It's gotta be, right? Because I just turned this back off. It can't be kicking back on. That one stayed off. There, I bet if I save and log out and log back in, it'll be fine. I don't know. I may have to take this to Discord. I could put up some polls. I think we gotta think about this. But yeah, like honestly, the essence ash, where is it? Yeah, the compounds in the essence ash, they're on the chopping blocks. I think there are other ways that I can, you know, require you to be like a tier 2 mage doing tier 2 things, right? And then tier 3, I don't know. All right, so we got way off track here, right? Like, we got way off track. The only thing that comes to mind with the extra ashes is how does one make them without higher tier compounds? Well, it's the ash that I would want to neutralize, like normalize. And I could do something where I say, okay, you can get neutral, dark, and light ash. Those are the only 3 ash. And if you burn the rustic compound, it's the same ratio that you would be used to getting, right? You burn 1 of those, you get 2 of the neutral ash. If you burn the glimmering, maybe instead of 2, you get 4. Maybe here, maybe you get 6 or 8, or you know what I mean? Like, it can compound. So there's incentive to make the better ones. Higher tier compounds can make a better ratio of ash. Ah! Yeah. There's a delay. There's a delay. You just said the same thing that I did. The only thing that comes to mind with the extra ashes now is how does one make them... Okay. I'm all caught up. Right? Because, I mean, that could be the solution. Could be the solution. It's just silly to have, you know, have these treadmill out. And remember, I can do other things too. Like, maybe it starts off as like an ash, and then I can have something where maybe you can form the ash into, you know, something else. Well, I mean, at that point, it's just extra steps. Yeah, I don't know. That's a big thing. You just can't remove multiple tiers of one without changing how it interacts with the other. Better ratios could work. Yeah. This would have to be thought out. But I can pop a Discord poll to really get down to this. Because, like, you know, there's better ways to do this, right? I know better now. I know better. The Arcanus, the 3 tiers of the Arcanus make sense to me. Having, like, the rustic compound, that could be, you know, that's not necessarily bad. The Seer's compound, I mean, we could put that on a chopping block too. What it means is the essence infusion stuff kind of, you know, there needs to be something else, right? Because it felt, it's almost like I created more items. I'm thinking about it. It's like I created all of these to justify going back to your Thaumic workbench, attaching it to your tier 2 mage, right? So now you got your Thaumic workbench that is, and you can make this new kind of ash, and you can burn this new stuff. I think that's really what the idea was, like a new feeling of like, oh, I can use more potent forms of this ash, and I can get tier 2 spells, but I don't think that was really needed. All right, we'll have to think about it. A big thing with multiple tiers of Arcanus is not only does it not use lower tier Arcanus to get higher, the Crucible can cut the costs of it. That makes it feel a lot better. Yeah, also the Crucible. That's another thing that I need to beef up. Have it be like a bigger part of the game instead of being like, you know, this is how you create these 2 items, or the 4, right? It's 4. Eldrathian bits and then the Arcanus. Those are like the main things that you would use the Crucible for, and leveling up. I want to add more to it, but I also want to add more to the, you know... let me get a resonator, right? Let's get that. Boop. Boop. Right? Like, it took me a while. I love this. I love this. I love this right here. I just want it to feel like something new hits it, right? Your tier 2. How does it work now, right? You're used to light neutral and dark ash. I like infusing. Yeah, right? I think I want more here. And I think if I solve that problem, having the different ashes that I have doesn't become an issue. I mean, you know, what I could even do is eliminate these 2, right? Just have this, and then I can have it to where, like, you form this, right? You know, some of your neutral ash, and then you could put that in. Like, it doesn't have to be, I don't know. There's so many things. I'm splitting hairs though, right? We were supposed to be working on new stuff, and here I am. I'm wasting time. Oh, hi, Bingley. Oi. Yeah, you want some love? Wow. Meow. It's a really cool idea and gives more use for the essence generators. That said, it does make it hard to interact with in a way that isn't too treadmill-y. Yeah. It's true. It's very, very true. I don't know. I don't know. And you know, something like this could really shine. It was mentioned in the first stream. Someone had an awesome idea, right? Awesome idea. I could create something, so I wanted to create more classes. You know, we got the Rust Mage. I wanted to create 3 classes, one that's themed for like light, neutral, and dark essence. And basically it would be like, you know, let's say Warlock would be the darkness, right? You would have the Warlock class, and basically like for being a Warlock, you know, picking that as your class, you could have like a base reduction of like any dark spells, right? Mana cost of any dark spells by 5%, 10%, right? I've been stolen by Twitch ads. No, the timing. Those damn Twitch ads. Did everyone get hit with it? I don't even know how it works. Like the Twitch stuff. Someone tell me about the classes later. I'll wait for you to come back. Trust me, this bus isn't like hauling away. I think everyone's here to just talk about the mod anyways. We'll wait for everyone in class to come back. Come back from the bathrooms. Maybe higher tier compounds shouldn't take lower tier components to make. That's another thing too. That's another thing, so it's not as treadmill-y. That's a really cool idea. It gives more use for essence generator. Oh, okay, I read that. So let me know when you're back, Spetsy. Let me know. Oh, Bingley, come on, buddy. Stop rubbing against me. Your ads should just run 3 minutes of ads per hour and disable pre-roll ads if you can. Supposedly it makes a big difference, or does. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Print screen. Why the hell isn't my print screen working now? Bingley, stop. Stop, Bingley. Do I have to trick you out of here? I give you a little attention, and you think that that's all I'm gonna do now. You are cute. All right. I've heard similar. Are you back, Spetsy? What are you doing, Bingley? What are you doing? When people join the stream, it can cause people to just leave if they immediately get hit with ads. Yeah, probably. You guys can always prime sub. Yeah, I'm here. All right. So what I was saying before, I was going to add more classes. Basically, you know, like one themed for each type of essence type. So if you pick a Warlock, right, it'll be like, okay, you know, you get gear calling, whatever, but you can have it to where you're, you know, for any dark spells, because spells are still classified into an essence type. So maybe all dark themed spells, you get like a 5 or 10% mana cost reduction, right? Whatever that comes out to. And then I can also do something where it's like, as you're casting those spells, there's like a 5 or 10% chance that the spell will cost no mana. You know, so it's another... Bingley, get down. Stop clawing my chair, cat. Jeez. You just clawed up my chair. All right, go, Bingley. Go play. You're just a cat. Oh, jeez. I gotta trick this cat. Hold on. Here, everyone. Take a look at the intro screen. Come here, Bingley. I'm gonna trick you. Yeah. Let's walk up. I'm coming too. Sorry, Bingley. I didn't want you all to see me trick my cat. Probably gonna try and claw at the door. He's like, why aren't you coming? Would you do that instead of attunement cores? No. You'll still have your attunement cores. This is a supplemental to it. I'm here. I need to stop procrastinating at my Prime to Twitch. Totally should, man. Get that, what, $4.99, $5.99 out of Bezos' pocket. Even if you give it to someone else, just use it. Just use it. This would be an addition too. The original idea was it would be a class, right? You would hop in, you would see your classes, and you would have like warlock, blah blah blah, cleric, or whatever the classes names are. And you would have, you know, things that would make you like better at casting those kind of spells. So I was going to do this, but unfortunately we have like the working classes and combat overhaul. Ugh. Ugh. And there may be another one, the Remnants it's called. Someone mentioned that they tried to pick a class and something failed. I don't know if that mod, because it does change things and it adds classes. I don't know if that now does it statically. Basically, these other mods are bullying my Rust Mage. That's what it is. They're bullying my Rust Mage. So then the idea was that maybe I can do something where you would set up an area, right? Like you would create like a gateway or something, and then you could like walk through it and become attuned. It would put like a long-term buff on you, right, in your effects list, and maybe it'll be like the soul of the warlock. And while that's running, you know, it would be like the old attunement, right? So you would be really good at dark spells. You would have, right? It would be my way of like stacking a class. I don't know if something like that would be too much work for too little reward. You know, like, would it be more fun as a class? And you can be like, I'm a warlock class, and all dark spells are better, right? I'm better with them. Conversely, light spells, I kind of suck a little bit at now, you know? Yeah, but people don't get a chance to prime sub when they first join the channel for the first time. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Just pretend CO doesn't exist. If enough people get upset about CO, I don't know. See, I will say this. Combat Overhaul, looking at it programmatically, it's really cool. You know, like it adds some cool things. Like it's the armor system, I like it. You know, like I like it. I don't care about their numbers, you know, like it may be better, it may not be better. But the fact that they, like, honestly, I think it's one of the worst mods we have, because it divides a community that is still growing and small, right? Like we're not big like Minecraft yet, right? Like you can't be like, oh, you know, you have to run industrial craft, this overhaul, you know, takeover mod, and then all the other sub mods beneath it. No. And right now it's like you either make mods based on combat overhaul or you don't, you know, and it's too much of a divide. Honestly, any modder, I think it's your responsibility as a modder to add your stuff without effing up other people's stuff intentionally, right? If the game has a system for armor, maybe you preserve the old stuff, right? If they're not, you know, if they happen to have an item that, you know what I mean? Like there are ways to do this, right? You could preserve the old stuff, and then if they happen to be using your new stuff or patch for it, then they can use your new system. Don't sit there and null out the entire base game's protection system just because you got a power trip and you're like, this is garbage, right? You just effed up our kitchen sink. You turned it into a toilet. We all got to use that sink for our dishes. So yeah, I like the idea of gateway, kind of like perhaps a standing stone. You should see the way Oblivion does it. I gotta refresh myself with Oblivion. It's been years since I played. I now get to tell the server I'm not a Dave worshipping warlock because you're wanting to add warlocks later. Well, right? This system either comes in one of two ways, right? It's a more permanent change where you'll be Vice the Warlock, and you would have like your, I mean, it would be, you would still have like Essence, Between Worlds, right? Gear Calling, Enlightenment. Like, I could still do things like this, but basically I can also attach on the dark theme stuff, right? Maybe you're good at this and you're bad at that kind of thing. And of course, I would also make a magic mirror, so, you know, a high-end item that you could go in, use it, and it puts you right back into this, right? Where you can pick your class, pick your stuff, swap it out if you want. Anyone could use it, not just mages. It was one of the things I loved about Ark modding community. Mods had to be clean and stackable. Yes, right? We just need that. I'm friends with several old RimWorld modders. It's a combat extended problem. It's the combat extended problem all over again. Ah, yeah. You know, I think like Greg Tech, right? Minecraft, that was a pretty aggressive takeover. Industrial Craft was pretty commanding as well. I think that was more because of the sheer amount of items that it added, and we had the item caps. So, like, if you had Industrial Craft, you were basically making a mod pack around Industrial Craft. But yeah, I have one of two avenues for it, right? Do people want classes? Or do you want to maybe try and set something up? Which, remember, that's going to be a whole new system that I have to make guides for, and, you know, like, it's... Would it be better to, like, whoosh, now I got the buff, right? Because it would be a buff up here, the Soul of the Warlock. And then if you don't want it, you could probably you could go to one of the null stones that I'm making, and then click on it and erase it, right? Because it erases all buffs. Like, this would just be a very long-term buff. So I don't know. Maybe that's something to vote on as well. It's 4:20 here. How long have I been streaming? Another couple hours. I'm thirsty. I gotta stretch. I've been sitting all day. Maybe the latter would mean less decision regret. You could sort of prestige class into Warlock, Wizard, Cleric. Kind of. It would be the same kind of things, but it would just be either, oh, how can I put it? Is it really decision regret if I put in the magic mirror, right, with classes? It would be a lot of setup. Like, it's not like you're going to be a tier 1 noob mage and be able to set this up and getting that long-term buff. You know, but at the same time, I could have a ritual for it as well. You could do a ritual, cast it, right, stand in the middle, and then bestow upon yourself a blessing of, you know, Warrior of Light, or, you know, like whatever the heck I name these things, right? But basically it means like you're Disciple of Light. Right? Warlock, I don't know, whatever the keywords are. The Crucible, I had briefly thought of it. I think it feels more like a ritual thing. Because it's like wizardry, right? This is kind of like what you did with wizardry when you had your ritual table and you were putting, like, I thought they had like these kind of buffs, right? Where like you would kind of do the ritual, and I like that idea. But I love the idea that you're thinking of the Crucible, right? That's this kind of talk that we need to have. But right, you know, so what is regret? You know, if you won't have the buff at all, right? Like, I don't know. If you have a magic mirror that you could just consume and change your class, then You know, because that's kind of your prestige thing there, right? This is a combination of like a class or a buff, and you already have a lot of buffs. This would just be a long-term buff, right? 9-hour buff, a 6-hour buff, right? Like it would be a ridiculous amount of time for that buff. But, and eventually it wears off. The class is a little more permanent. Buffs do make it play better with other mods, that's true. It does. Rather than a class, that's true. But I already have the Rust Mage, so what's adding a couple more classes? Alright? Basically, the Rust Mage would be like repurposed into a Mystic or whatever. Yeah, it's... I like the idea of a ritual, though, right? Building something, it could be the first like vertical ritual. You already have a config option for other classes to cast magic or not. That's true. I would have to, that is very true. I would have to expand that a little bit. All right, so you know what? That right there is a valid point. Exactly my point. If it's late game upgrade and everyone is just default Rust Mage until then, they don't have to choose before then. The prestige class sort of thing feels like it could have a really cool vibe. That's true, but how would that look with attunement cores? You know, like I want to look at this holistically. You're a tier 3 mage. Bam. Oh, here we go. A little soulbind this so I can equip it. Boop. Right? I put it on. So bam, I got the cool glowing eyes, right? I am now attuned as an alteration mage. When should you be able to do this kind of stuff, right? Should attunement cores be tier 3 instead of tier 2 like they are? And then maybe the tier 2 version of like the attunement is getting that long-term buff. Because it doesn't matter what you pick. If you're a warlock, then that's all darkness spells. There are dark essence spells in all spell schools, right? That means that, like, if I'm an evocation mage and I decide to go darkness, Shadow Bolt, Frost, like the Cold Snap, like my arcane spells, frost spells, and wind spells will all be more efficient to use. I'm almost thinking like bump the attunement cores to have them be tier 3 craft, right? Tier 3 crafted. Maybe anyone can equip them, but tier 3 craft. Just like if someone sets up the ritual or however you do it for tier 2, and then you create your little portal or something and walk through and gain your blessing. Could be a blessing. The blessing of the warlock. I don't know. Yeah, it's especially what you want these classes to do, but we can't call them classes if they're not classes. Because people will be like, classes? Oh, I didn't have that choice. Char Cell, these are the classes. That's your class tab. This would not be a class. This would be like a blessing, right? Like an essence attunement system instead of a spell school attunement system. Are they just essence type improvements? Well, yeah. Honestly, if I'm going this route, it's a lot easier to assign this kind of stuff to a class like this, because the other thing is I need to be able to tell you what each thing does. I can't really tap into this character sheet. It takes harmony. I don't do any harmony patching, right? To embed my stuff in here. Like, I refuse to do harmony patching, so I can't really be, you know, I can't tell you, like, oh, you have these negative effects too, like Rust Touch and blah, 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 whatever else I make, because it's not really a class. Like, basically, this would be a blessing for whatever the essence type is. Right? So if it's like the you know, Call of the Warlock or whatever I name it, you will, like, I could put a blurb in there saying, like, yeah, your dark spells are gonna be, you know, reduced at reduced cost. But maybe on the flip side, the other two spell schools may be a little more expensive. But that's easier to convey in just that buff form, to be like, oh, you got the Blessing of Warlock, you gain 5% walk speed, negative 20% hunger, your health went down by 2 hit points. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going on there. So I would have to come up with like a new status screen for you to see like what your buff is, you know? Like, because for the spells, for your buffs, it's in the description, right? Exactly like what they do and what they're adding to, right? Questions, huh? Decisions. Or add the buffs to the Manual of Magic? Well, yeah, right? I would probably have something in there. But then I'm creating a whole new thing for the manual. Because it would be a process to set everything up. Right? Let's see. And honestly, that's going to take a lot of time. It's not easy adding to this manual. Right? I would have to add an achievement. Where does it go here? Is it a free floating one? You know, is it like, what is it? Right? I would have to describe everything here. You know? Like, if it's a ritual, that would be easier. But then, like, how does it work if multiple people stand around? It could be... Where is it? It could be this ritual. Just use bigger crystals. Tier 2 crystals. But that means that there would also have to be a ritual sigil for this as well. Right? I would have to lay out the pattern. Does it affect all the players around, or is it just going to be the person that casts it? What if you're standing over here and you cast it from a little far away and it activates and you weren't close enough to get your blessing? So what does that look like? See, there's like pros and cons with each one. Like, I can describe to you a lot better if it's a class, because you can just go right in traits and be like, this is exactly what it does. Boop. And if you make a decision like that, right, like, it should be in addition to things. If you know you want to be in a certain spell school, why not just pick the class for it? Sorry, stacking the Celestial Light and Devouring Void on the obelisk? Or is that aesthetic? It's something that I haven't stopped yet. It's just because the block's here and that the top part of the obelisk is empty. You could do it with the Devouring Void as well. See? you could dual stack. Don't get used to this, because I do want to eventually make it so you can't do this. Like, they're gonna detect the space above and below. But yeah. It makes a really cool looking effect, right? That's pretty neat. And then, like, during the day, right, when this one wakes up. So just kind of pulsing. Oh, 1 second, everyone. Got a phone call. 1 second, everyone. 1 second. Think about it. Think about it. Man, Baby Triangle's gonna be wired. Eating ice cream and Zam. But yeah, alright. It's hilarious. It isn't complicated enough. New plan, a ritual that changes your class and make Wizard, Warlock, Cleric a class that you just can't select in character gen. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's basically what it would end up being. Good luck, y'all. All right, thanks for stopping by. Old elusive enigma. Yeah, this is kind of part of the whole figuring this stuff out, right? Because we got at least we have options. We have some decent options. I mean, what should I even work on right now? I have a model to make. I'm not going to make it anytime soon. I got some minor localization to do. I'm going to have to make a recipe for this as well. I need to... Actually, how hard would making hidden classes be? What do you mean by hidden class? If you're talking about a literal class, like the game class... very hard. You can't really hide a class. If it's one of the things in the list, the array of classes, then it's going to be open to everyone, and it's something you could choose. But like the hidden thing we're talking about, where you do like a ritual, and by completing that ritual, you gain the blessing of whatever it is. Being basically, it would be an entry in here, right? A page for here. Let's do this. Unlock all achievements. Boop. There we go. I mean, it would just be like another page, just like this. There we go. It would be like this, right? So it would be like a ritual, maybe depending on how you set it up, it would trigger something different, but you would have your pattern. Actually, how hard would making... Okay, you had me worried there when you didn't immediately shoot the idea down, because I assumed it'd be really hard to do. Well, I mean, so if you're talking about the ritual, it would be kind of easy, right? Like, I'd have to get a napping recipe. I would have to, set up like where the runes go, right? Make a pattern for it. It would probably be one of these. Like a ritual of grace, kind of ritual of warding, right? It would be like a bigger thing, probably locked in at tier 2. But this is the weird part too. The ritual, do I make 3 different versions of like the warlock buff? Increasing in potency and length of time? Because if it's going to be a ritual, rituals go by certain things. They all need a sigil, and then they all need to have mana torches, right? Either it uses the rustic mana torch, the light mana torch, or the mana lantern. So how complex do we get without breaking the mold of whatever it is? It's difficult. And honestly, I like the idea of, like, it wouldn't be a ritual if it's something like this. And then you, like, walk through it. But then that would be a one-time use thing for a multi-block structure, right? That's kind of meh. And would it be too confusing if I have, like, the Oculus Be like, oh yeah, you could throw in this talisman, right? And then you throw the ingredients into it, and then it makes the portal, then you walk through. Like, people are used to that only being something that you would make grimoires with, you know, not become attuned in a buff system. A lot of weird things, a lot of weird things. That idea given earlier about a charged standing stone was cool, but that's a new multi-block. Yeah. I would be right back in the Crucible, you know, part of all this, right? Because the Crucible is a multi-block structure that you do very little with right now. But I feel like this kind of thing would not feel good in the Crucible, right? Like I feel like if I were to go into a portal, I don't want to jump down into it. I want to walk through it. Whoosh. I don't know. Or, oh, what about this? It could be a ritual. Crucible also rust sickness, which isn't fun. It could be, so what if I do something where it is like a ritual, and then when you complete it, it creates a portal above. I got that, right? Because I have the template for it right here. Right? Imagine you complete it, and then bam, it creates a little portal there, and then you walk through. Oh, I don't want to walk through that. That's going to teleport me, right? But then you walk into that portal while it's open, and then it would get consumed by that person, and now you've gained the buff, that blessing. What do you think of that? This lets you make it for other people. Yeah, right? Because at that point, you're creating, right? You're creating that. It fixes the worry of them being too far away. Exactly. Right? And it could just be a different type of portal, like different color for each one. So you'll know, like if it's all light and stuff, then you'll know like, oh, that's the light version, the neutral, the dark. Could totally have fun with it, but yeah, I can have a fixed point. You walk into it and boop, consumed. I think that'd be pretty baller. It'd be pretty cool. And having it be a ritual, it's a system people know. Now, the weird part is, because it will be a ritual, how does each thing work, right? Like, this is the problem that I now have. Let's look at the Ritual of Grace, right? Basically, it takes light, neutral, dark. So this would be like the Ritual of whatever, attunement. But what would the Rustic Mana Torch do? Right? The Light Mana Torch, the Light Mana Lantern. Like, I would have to have 3 different versions of the Soul of the Warlock. I call it something different each time. So let's focus on darkness, right? Soul of the Warlock. I would have to have 3 new rituals here, right? 3 new sigils. One for like the soul, Ritual of the Warlock, right? Ritual of the Cleric, Ritual of whatever. You put it down, you would do the pattern, you would put the right crystals or whatever, and then what do you do with the, like, what if it's just the regular mana torch? Because at this point, you could be tier 1 and do this to yourself. Unless I specifically make it a tier 3 thing and break that mold. But, you know, it's like, does the tier 1 version of it last, you know, 1 hour or 2 hours or whatever, and then it, you know, it only does a 5% with a 5% negative, and then the better version does a 10% with a 5% negative, right? And then maybe like a 15% bonus with a 5% negative, right? So, and it lasts longer. I don't know. All right, guys, I gotta stretch for a little bit, and I gotta put this in the fridge because it has been sitting out So give me a couple minutes here. There, we'll do this. Let me move the effects list right back up there. Beep, beep. There we go. And I'm going to cast some buffs on myself. I think this portal ritual is the way to go. Looks cool. All right, we're getting it. We're getting it. The last thing I really need is just like, I think I answered my question. There would have to be 3 different versions of whatever the warlock specific buff would be. Call of the Warlock 1, Call of the Warlock 2, Call of the Warlock 3. Right? That way, for being a tier 2 mage, you can now do the tier 2 version of it, which is more powerful. Tier 3 mage to get the tier 3 version. And it makes it to where if you want to specialize early on, I don't know, should you be able to, or should you only do it at tier 2? I don't know. Questions. But yeah, all right. Let's get some buffs going. That way, anyone coming in, it's gonna take me maybe 5 minutes here. Move over some laundry, you know, pretend that I didn't spend the entire day streaming. Other consideration, how long does the portal last? The portal would probably last like 5 minutes. I'd probably give it like a 5-minute timer on it. Within 5 minutes, if you don't use it, it just disappears. Where am I the bell? Let's get swiftness. Boop. Let's get let's do soaring leap. Here, let's do a resist spell because everyone hates those. There you go, resist lightning, why not? And we'll just do those 3 for now. Boop. Boop. I love resist spells. You're one of like the 3 people that loves them. You're one of the 3. Here, let's get a beefy one here. Let's do like plunder 3. Look at that. Love it. Okay, I love specifically resist elements. Yeah. I kind of want to overhaul that. Overhaul it. There we go. So I'll just leave it here. I'll leave it here. I will be right back, y'all. Whew. Oh man. All right, Soda, you're coming with me. Oh, you're so warm. Oh boy. All right, everyone. I'll be right back. Couple minutes. And back. Time to make some chocolate milk. Some chocolate milk in my ComSource Yeti tumbler. Hell yeah. I was really close to getting strawberry milk. Really close. And poor Bingley, I open the door and come out, and he just skitters right up to me. All right, I'll get you some treats. All right. I don't like resist X element. I got you. Your elemental resistance fades. Oh no. Oh lordy lordy. Man, that's good. Yeah, the specific elemental resistances would that's oh, I forgot I had. I have Soaring Leap on right now. Whoop. Yeah, you could jump like 5 blocks high. Damn. It's the potency. But yeah, the specific elemental resistances are for boss fights, really. Right? Like, if you're going to be summoning the fire elemental, you want the fire resist version of the buff, right? You know what element you're fighting. And the way they're tuned, you'll probably need it. Okay, so... let's start, let's make some stuff. I'm gonna have to log out, log back in. Because so is this gonna be called Void Stone? Did we talk about that? Whatever this anti-magic stone is going to be. The Void Stone. Wait, do I have anything that is like Void Stone in right now? Well, remember, I don't want to use null, because in programming, null and debug are usually two things you don't want to use. It's a little different when it's like strings and stuff, but I gotta be careful. Null Stone was the initial idea, and I've been thinking about it, so I gotta come up with another name for whatever this anti-magic stone will be. And stupidly, I called it Void Pulse. Let's hop back in. I suspect that there's a lot more chocolate syrup at the bottom of this. Oh, look at that new system that just preserved all of my spells on reboot. I hear a very handsome modder. Yeah, and it's definitely still in effect. Look at that. Ooh. 5 block jump height, please and thank you. Oh, and that's and the reason why it's so much higher is because of the stats. I think I pumped the stats through because I'm alteration attuned right now. So that's why run speed is 170 now as well. Is that run speed? Yeah, it added 75%. So I was at, what, 95? No, I was at 105? Whatever. I was at whatever I was at. Look at that. All the way up to there. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 blocks. Oop. I love some of these spells. By the way, been trying to force that chunk load glitch to happen, and I haven't been able to since I moved the portals away from each other. I still can't get it to happen no matter what I try besides moving the portals close to each other. Not sure why that happens, but it feels like it's more trouble than it's worth to figure out. If it's 100% the portals triggering it, it's easy enough to avoid. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Because the portals work just like they're basically the Oculus, except they hold slightly different information. But the information that they hold isn't any different. It holds an item with written attributes on that item, right? So it's just weird, you know. It's just a weird thing. I don't know. I can't make heads or tails. The good news is I'm going to be redesigning that altogether. Oh, demons always. But we got to figure this out first, right? Because if I can figure whatever the null void stone, whatever the stone's going to be called, make it right, get it in the game. What were we thinking? Was it going to be a tier 2 or tier 3 thing, or could you make it right off the bat? And how would you get it? At least it's super easy to avoid, makes it a low priority. Well, the higher priority is the fact that I don't have the packets right for multiplayer to synchronize, like after you log out, right, and log back in, to synchronize the available gateway. So that's the big fix. But I have to redo things anyways because I have to packetize information. I don't think I can send some of the information that I want to. Like, I gotta rethink how those packets are gonna be sent. I think depends on what you do with the ashes, which is why we went on that long conversation. You know what I need to do? We all need to like get into a Discord channel and just talk about it, because it's hard to, you know, like I'm reading chat and I can't really hear the ideas in real time. So it just, yeah, it's tough. It's tough, man. You know what? Let's pull up old AI. I need names for a anti-magic themed stone. PLZ help! Exclamation mark with a heart. Of course! Here's some anti-magic themed stone names for you. Void Stone, Hexbane, Null Rock. It can't have Null. Entropy Core, Oblivion Shard. No. Unmaking Stone, Arcane Tombstone, Eclipse Crystal, Spellrot Boulder, Abyssal Fragment. Darker. Void. Can't have null in it. I'm not against it, though I'm about to eat, so maybe not right now. Yeah. Speaking of food stun, be right back. All right, sounds good. We'll muddy through here. I got a couple. Wraith Rock. Ooh, Wraith Rock. No, I feel like that's more darkness. Oblivium. Yo, bro, we can get some Oblivium crystals. Are you holding Oblivium? Spellgrave, Void Shard. Vibranium. Vibranium. Oh, I love it. I love it. Can I have more stone? Darkstone. See, I would love Darkstone, but I have the dark attribute. I can't use the word dark. Because I have the Sunstone, I have like Shadow Stones. But again, I don't know, like that's still like darkness themed. This should be like a void, a null, a you know what I mean? Even like Eclipse, right? That's still that because I have the arcane sword that is called the Eclipse. Oblivion's not really. The Elder Shard? Abysserite? Doomveil Eclipsium? More Oblivion. This is tough. This is like the toughest thing. Coming up with these darn names. Because, right, I got, so this is what I got, right? I want it to be kind of themed here. So we got Enchanted Stone, Netherite, Astrolith, and Zeganite. Duskstone. You know, there's something here, and I'm gonna see it, and I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh. Okay, so what about... Chimerite? But Chimerite feels magical. It doesn't feel like a null... Doesn't feel like a null stone, you know, anti-magic thing, right? Am I right? I mean, this sucks. I hate coming up with names. It's terrible. Entropy right. I don't know, guys. It would be nice to have it be like maybe a made-up word, right? Like Astrolith, Netherite, Zeganite. Eclipsar. Silent Stones. I want to do, like, it would be cool if it was, like, something with entropy. I don't know why, I'm just, like, hooked on that. Entropus. Oblivious. I don't know. Without a name, I can't really make the items. I need a registry name. I could pull from Abyssinium. Abyssinium. Odor. I feel like we're this close with that. Abyssinium. It's a little two word play, but Abyssinium. If it was like, I mean, would Abyssium work? You know what I mean? It's the Abyssinium. Like Abyssium? Abyssium. Oh shit. You've seen it before? Where is Abyssium? What is Abyssium? Historically in Bastilianus, used Abyssium for conjuration magic, crafting manacles for prisoners, magical devices. Abyssium, special material in Pathfinder. You know what? Freaking sold Abyssium. Are we cool with that? Abyssium. Yeah, we're good with it then, huh? We're good with it? We're good with it. This is it, Spetsy? Speak now, forever hold your peace, Mr. Dictator. Mix this up here. Drink more of my chocolate milk. Oh man, chocolate milk. So you know what I'm gonna have next? Strawberry milk. Strawberry milk's my favorite. Definitely my favorite. Look at that bear wanting to eat me like a biscuit. Alright, so Abyssium. I can list other special materials from Pathfinder Star. Yes, please, sure. I know they have anti-magic stuff. Before we go any further, because this is my OCD, if it could not start with an A, I think it would be great, because I already have Astrolith. I want some strawberry Nesquik. I got the Hershey's syrup. Strawberry Hershey's syrup. It's pretty good. The chocolate, not so much. We just gotta, I gotta use it. No Qual is an anti-magic material, for instance. Ooh. I do not like No Qual. But I gotta give it points for being unique. Naquidia. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's just stop midair. Nacudia? See, that's the thing too. It needs to be simple to pronounce too. Abyssium? Pretty. Orichalcum. Heard that. Orichalcum. Ooh. Ooh. What? Orichalcum. Oh, it looks like you might be referring to orichalcum, an ancient metal mentioned in historical texts, including Plato's writings on Atlantis. Orichalcum was considered second to only gold in value and was believed to be a gold-copper alloy to form brass. Means mountain copper? No. But orichalcum. I think Abyssium still wins. What do you guys think? That's the closest, I should say. That's the closest. Stargate. Star, star, star. The chevrons. I think Abyssium sounds great, especially if you make an Abyss dimension later. Hmm. But how would that be But that would be an anti-magic. Remember, this is an anti-magic thing. So I got to think about that. Is my world that I would create called the Abyss? And how does that work with Abyssium, right? Because people are going to be like, well, why can't I find Abyssium? Just don't stare at it too long. Oh, man. He'll stare back, right? Love this buff. I want to see what happens. Oh, wow, when it wears off, you just drop like a rock. I was wondering how it would turn out. I do like the idea of calling it the Abyss. You know what? F it. Abyssium. That's what it's going to be called. I think it sounds good. Makes mention of it, but never able to actually go there because of how do you make a magic portal in a realm without magic? Taps forehead, right? All right, let's do it. Abyssium. We're going to go into block types. There we go. Let's go into... we'll copy like netherite. Keep it stairs. We'll make stairs of it. All right, so this is going to be called ABYSIUM, right? Abyssium. ABYSIUM. Making darn sure. So this would be Abyssium Stairs. Boop. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, anywhere you see old netherite being lazy, let's kick it out with a little Abyssium. Same thing here, capital N with a capital A. There we go. For the stairs, it's going to be the same thing, netherite to Abyssium, and then lowercase versions of it. N with an A. There we go. We're going to save that. Let's go a little further down. We need, not in shapes, but in textures, blocks, resources. So for Abyssium, I need to make a new folder here. Boop, Abyssium. And we're going to copy, you know what? I'm going to copy Zeganite. I think gets us most of the way there. Paste that in. All right, instead of Zeganite for everything, it's going to be ABYSIUM. Abyssium. I just got to change the names of these. We will go into the textures right after doing the renaming. We need to make we need to make one file. And then attach that to the Abyssium itself. I'm going to make an engraved version. Yep. Ornate. Why not? I'm going to try and inject a little color. What color should the Abyssium have? If black is going to be the primary, like a dark gray. Let's pull up Abyssium Rock here. Right, so we're gonna have this when I exit. This hole that swallows absolutely everything, including eating all magic within it. Darn tootin'. You're darn tootin'. Oh, I copied Zeganite. I didn't even mean to do that. I thought I was getting Netherite. All right. So let's look at the color flip rotate first. I've got to stay away from purple, stay away. Oh, yellow. I could do like a yellow. Let's kind of curve it a little bit. Curves. Get it kind of on the dark side of it. Let's copy that. Let me undo. We're gonna duplicate. Okay, let's duplicate it first. This right here, I'm gonna do black and white. Get a grayscale that, and then I can go into curves and we can really make it dark. For this, let's do overlay. Right, that way we can kind of get like that deep kind of texture there. Now what I can do is come into here, curves, oops, cancel. Use saturation. Right, 'cause thinking more like a yellowy, orangey. Nah, that one's too orange. Go back. I think I want it to be a little more yellow. Because I got green already, I got red eventually. Yeah, I think yellow would be a nice alternate color. With purple star pattern. Well, that's kind of netherite. Netherite's kind of purple black. Right? I don't want it. I want this to look a little different, right? If it's going to be used as a building block. Let's just see what this looks like here. Let's do that. Let's save Abyssium. Come into here. We're gonna build. I do need to create something else. Copy paste. Abyssium RM. Copy. Go. We're gonna save that. Copy, paste. Copy that. Paste and paste. Get rid of that. There we go. Now it's registered. And let's see if how this looks. We'll see how this looks. I'm gonna undo this, right? Because I may want to change that color. Because I feel like it needs some kind of like injection of color. All right, Abyssium. What do you think? Is this going to be the anti-magic block? I'll have to do the other versions of it. But what do we think? I shall drink my milk while I wait for someone to say I like it, or suggest a different color. I knew it! There was a bunch of chocolate sitting at the bottom. Damn it! Damn it. Knew it. It looks mystical enough. Yeah, really, I mean, really, when we're doing something like this, it's about the palette, right? Like the color palette and textures of what you have to build with. So we already have like something that looks like a slight, like a stone with some hints of like teal, like blue in there, not teal. We already got like the kind of darker purple, a little lighter than, you know, obsidian, right? We got the temporal kind of colored blocks, right? So this would be, you know, like kind of like a darker, and then I picked yellow because I don't have any blocks that, you know, building blocks that have yellow in it. Because it would be boring if it's just black and white, right? Because that could be like basalt or something else. I don't think there's really like something that's black and mostly with like, because it can't really be red because, full disclosure, you'll be able to make blocks out of bloodstone. So I don't, you know, I don't want to take the red color. And then moonstone's going to be a similar thing, right? So that kind of already deals in like the bluish kind of spectrum there, because I think for that it's going to be like a whitey, kind of like this. But I may change the color of moonstone, right? But I can tell you this, moonstone, if I do change the color of it, it's not going to be yellow. Right? I think it would be more like, I don't know. So I think the color yellow is pretty safe in the color wheel. That's my logic behind it. I could be crazy, right? I could be totally crazy. Ooh. I mean, let me scrape some of the chocolate off the bottom here. I mean, does it look bad? I don't know. Now, before you guys were like, yeah, totally do that. Now I'm getting the whole shy, you know, like, I don't know. It could be good. I want to spare your feelings kind of thing. That's very cute that you did that. See, the thing is, like, I would have to like do all the stuff now because I had a certain way to do it. No, if I thought it was bad, I'd say, okay, looks interesting. All right. Right, because like what I'm gonna have to do is like for each one of these, right, you go through and do a duplicate first. I got to remember the steps, right? So in here for the top one, it's going to be hue saturation, right? It's already pegged at 100. So hue saturation, there we go. And then this right here was set to overlay. And then this is set to overlay as well. Double click. Double click. Right, because I want all the colors. Looks ugly, but again, I'm not a person who plays that often. So I don't think my opinion matters. Thanks. Thanks, Older. What, is it because of the yellow? Right, so in here, I got a black and white. And then pop it with the curve, right? So that's the end result for that one. Black and white. Pop it with a curve. Black and white. Whoops, wrong one. Black and white. Pop it with a curve. But see, that's what it would look like if it was just black and white. It's slate is what it turns into. That at least gives it some kind of color accent. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down. All right, let's just see what this looks like here. 1, 2, 3. And remember, this is the raw stone version of it too. So what I could do next is like a chiseled one. We could do the pattern. We could do the pattern one. Just doesn't look like a block I'd build with. Well, this is equivalent to yeah, see, so this would be the raw version of the block in the non-repeating pattern kind of format. So let's pull out another one. Here we go. Something with a pattern like this. Do you want to see the ornate or the engraved? All right, so ornate or engraved, and see what the colors look like on something that doesn't look randomized. Do the ornate Vice. All right, ornate. Wait, engraved? Engraved. There's only one for engraved. I'm gonna do the engraved. Right, so it's gonna be a similar thing. Duplicate. This will be black and white. This will be hit with the curve. This will be hit with this saturation, and then we pop it with an overlay. Then merges down. Let's do a save. Let's fireball it. So it's going to be that guy. Yeah, what you were looking at is it's like the raw rock form. It's not the chiseled. It's not, doesn't have that pattern's supposed to be random. That's what you would have at like a floor, right? A dirt looking floor, right? So it would be like that. That was a big part of why I didn't have much of an opinion. The rock can only look so good. It's just a rock. Yeah, true. True. How about I do that ornate one next? And then by the time we do the ornate, we should have a pretty decent understanding. That looks nice for sure. Okay, okay. Well, let's see this one here, right? So same process. Duplicate. We gotta do color. Overlay, color, switch it to overlay. All right, and then down here, this would be black and white with a dark curve. We'll see what this one looks like. Black and white with a dark curve. They actually look really good. Well, they may look pretty good. And I'm also just whipping these together. I'd use that for my portals. Yeah, you'll be able to. I'm adding these to the multi-block structure lookup for sure for all the stuff. All right, so what do you think? There we go. Lift this up a little bit. Do we think it passes? Should this be it? That looks really nice, honestly. All right. We'll do it then. This is going to be Abyssium. So I need the Ashlar versions. 2, 3. The chiseled. The cobblestone versions. Already got the engraved, ornate, polished version. And we got the rock versions already. Alright, so each one of these I'm going to go through. Can I just arrow over? No. I'll do the stone blocks first, the Ashlar next. So it's going to be in here. We need to do hue and saturation. Hue and saturation. I'll just go through the list. There we go. Alright, so we got that. All of these need to be switched to overlay. Overlay. Play. This becomes black and white with a dark tint. This becomes also black. Oh, there we go. That becomes black and white with a dark tint. Black and whoa, damn it! Black and white. Merge. Merge. I'm biased though, I love gold and black. I love gold! Well, this block's for you. So, save that. Save that. Fireball. Right. So the randomized patterns. Yeah, that's random. At least 2 of the 3 versions. I'm getting like a taste of chocolate milk now. Just a taste. So that would be the brick version of it. Abyssium. Let's continue. Oop. I want to see what the chiseled version looks like. I'm excited to see the chiseled version. Alright, so again, hue saturation. Let's pop it to overlay. Here, we're going to do black and white, and then curve it. Still gonna look. It's still gonna look cool. Actually, I do kind of like that quite a bit. Well done. Save that. Let's see what that. I want to see that one in the game. I'll see it. Reload. Oh man, I never ate my peanut butter jelly sandwiches. That's why I'm sitting here like I'm hungry. Alright. The chiseled Abyssium. Not bad. light. Because I got to think too, it is winter, so the color palettes are that's the light. That's what it would look like with light. Boop. Keep going. What's cobblestone look like? So adjustments, use saturation, saturation. Might as well do all of them in a row. Saturation, there we go. Change all of these to overlay. Then we will be good to go. Overlay, last one. Overlay. And then down here, black and white, curves, okay. Merge down, save. Alright, same thing, black and white, curves, merge, and save. I could always adjust these later too and make things more vivid, make it darker. This is just like a baseline texture, right? Black and white, curves, boop, merge down, save, thick, black and white, curves. Okay, so that should be all of the textures for it. Let's fireball it in. We're gonna reload. We'll see what the cobblestone will look like, and we will see what the polished version of the stone will look like. I can't wait to eat these peanut butter jellies. Hey, it's looking like a clean slate now. Perfect. Boop, 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 boop. So that would be the cobblestone version, and then the polished. All right, so that is Abyssium. Perfect. I gotta localize it. So let's put it with Astrolith. Right after Netherite. Multi-line thing, A-B-Y-S-I-U-M. A-B-Y-S-I-U-M. S-T-R-A-L-I-T-H, Astrolith with... Where's my point? Abyssium, search and replace. Save, fireball, dot, reload, lang. There we go. It's all localized now. Beautiful. Oh, what do the stairs look like? And then pull the stairs out. Boop. Boop. So that's going to be what the stairs look like. Excellent. I think it's good. It's good for a rough draft. I like it. Good. Good. If one person out there likes it, I'm good. Oh, God. Okay. How do you get this now? How do you get this now? I don't know. Show it again. Oh, yeah. That works. Nice. Stamp of approval. Okay, minimize that. So yeah, how do you get this? How would you get this? I have no idea how you get this. I have no idea. I kind of want to tweak this a little bit too. Maybe shorten it here, elongate it up top there, and then bring the whole thing up, make it more square with a dome. And then I can pump this texture into it. All right, let's do it. Oh, I have to localize this. Utility block, anti-magic generator. Utility block. Oh, portcullis one, really? Wait a minute, why does this seem wrong? Magic bridge, utility block. Did I mess up some of my localization? Hold on, I may have messed something up. Alright, so this is a botanical matrix bridge, that's fine, mainstreams. What else here? We got that needs to be localized. Do I only have that many? All right, so anti-magic generator. Yeah, because okay, the Eternal Forge, the Arcane Rotor, and the Portcullis are not in. That's why it looked different. I don't know why I just did that. I build a house out of this. Why is the most expensive rock the coolest looking? I'm glad you like it. And we don't know how expensive it is because I don't know how you're gonna get this yet. There we go, anti-magic generator. Let's keep it off so I don't get silenced. Okay, so what I need to do next is I need to open up the gateway, the pedestal. All right, let me start opening stuff up. Stations. All right, I need the crucible, the gateway core, and the Oculus core, and the Magitrix. Yep, I need those 4. So let's find... Netherite. Okay, so this is the section here that I'm gonna have to add. I'm gonna have to add an additional ore check. Now I could just add the additional ore check, or I can make a new block that these extend, and that block can be block like magic multi-structure, and then I can redo all this, have a single line, and look for that root block that the other blocks here are extending. Because that's for the Magitrix. The Oculus core, it's going to be the same way. right? That's the same thing there. And then here. And that's the chiseled there. So the stairs, funny thing is the stairs would actually work already. The way I'm pulling it. Let's check that. Because it's specifically for this, right? So I could break it. Shuts off. Yeah. The stairs will already work. Booyah! And then we got the crucible, which would look for netherite, right? What am I doing here? It's enchanted stone, zeganite, astrolith, netherite. Or I'm doing additional checks here. See, this is where things get sloppy. All right. I'm gonna do it the way I want to do it here. So I'm gonna save and quit. This is gonna be the easiest way. Where are my blocks? I'm gonna delete this null stone. You know what? I'm not gonna delete the null stone yet. Not yet. I'm gonna copy and paste Abyssium, and I'll say block magic multi-block. Right, I could do magic multi-block capable. Now, block magi multi-block. Frame. There we go. Multi-block magic frame. Okay, that's good. I'm not doing anything else with it. Right. So I need to pop that in there, pop this in here. I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need any of this. This is kind of like a not a dead thing, but it doesn't need all this stuff. Get rid of that. Unheld interact. On being looked at, we'll get rid of all of that, right? So this just extends block, and I kind of add an inherited tag, right? And then what I can do now is copy this. We can go into Astrolith, and I can extend this. We'll go into Abyssium. So in the future, if I make more of these, like Bloodstone, Moonstone, whatever, all I have to do is just extend this multi-block thing, and it will automatically inherit into all my multi-block systems. Amazing. It's amazing. Netherite. Zeganite. All right, and now I unfortunately need to do an additional change now. It'll be the last time I have to, like, rewrite this. So if we look in the Magitrix, I can basically get rid of all of this and just paste in that, right? So same thing here. All of those lines can go away. I just gotta be very careful with this part. Paste. Paste. Right? So it becomes a lot smaller. So same thing here. 1, 2, 3. 6, 7, 8. Do I have shuffle turned off? I feel like I'm not really hearing like all the other things. Shuffle is off? Okay, shuffle's on. Shuffle's not working. Bam, bam, and bam. So that's everything with the frames. So if I save this, we're gonna build. I'm gonna hop in. We have a magic trick set up already. It should work. I should be able to replace. I'll replace random parts of it with each type, and make sure that it still completes the magic tricks. And if it is, then we'll just do the same thing to the other 3 multi-block structures. And it's almost 6. Woo! Ooh-wee! You feel more aware of your surroundings. Here, let's drag that. Oh. Weird. Oh, when you hover over here, it's using this now, so I can look to see the waypoints and all the stuff. All right, good. All right, so it's complete right now. Let's pull out. There is some of the stuff. Pull out a random block here. It's already built out of that. Let's use that. Let's use this. So break. It's unhappy. Replace. It's happy. We'll break this. Unhappy. Replace. Happy. We'll break. I don't know. The one next to it. There we go. Replace. Happy. Boom. Now that's how you swap. That's how it's done. I knew there was more. Check if frames are complete. Right, because this part up here, run checks for complete multi-block structure, which is that reference. And then I got this one, right, for the frame itself being complete. Kind of feel like, where am I using this? Oh, it's an additional run check. Check if frames are complete, or oh, this checks to see if the whole multi-block thing. There's a better way I can do this. I'm not gonna do it now though, because I'm doing the check here anyways. But then I'm just looking to see like if the crystals are there. This is like if it's complete. This other part is just looking to see if it's a frame. So I mean, what I could do is probably put a bool here, and then if all of this is true, then and then just kind of use it like that. But I guess for now I don't care. I'll just preserve it the way it is. Paste, paste, paste. Paste. Bam. Boom. Mash. Yeah, it's just 8 and 8 anyways. Then this will be done. And then another couple here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. This has been a long time coming. And then we got the crystals. Is there anything else? I don't think so. No, doesn't exist anywhere else. The Magitrix is done. Now in here. Same thing. Ray, I'm getting rid of some bloat. Because I would have had to like copy and paste this in anyways. If I wanted to like preserve, you know, just like add to the code and then just put in the new block. There we go. Oh, that's it there, right? So that's the runestone caps. That's getting the different positions. So this should work in the Oculus now. Yep, all of that. Move that over in case I need to go back to it. The gateways. Netherite. Paste. This one's only going to be a couple. Then paste this one down here with a chiseled point. And that is it there. Save. Bring that over. And then the last thing is the crucible. See, this is sloppy. This is like super sloppy of me. Paste. Paste. We go. So that should be the crucible. Just double check. Yeah, that's all instances of the netherite in there. All right. Save. Fireball it in. I'm just gonna I'm gonna pop a quick reload, and now we're just gonna swap things out just to spot check that I didn't royally F everything up. I guess I'll have to finally make an Oculus in this world. You feel more aware of your surroundings. All right, you. Can I replace you, right? It shuts off. Yep, turns back on. Shuts off, turns back on. Oops, shuts off. Turns back on. There we go. Ooh, another thing, Abyssium. You see here? Right? One block missing or wrong. I wonder if it will have an error. Do it. Oh, it's considered complete, right? So there we go. So it's saying one block is missing. Okay, so it sees it. Okay, good, good. I just wanted to make sure that it would accept the new block. There we go. So that works fine. Oculus, you know what? Because why not? Why does this look light? I don't know. Maybe I'll make it a little darker. Just looks like kind of like chalky to me. Oh, I need enchanted stone. At least one piece. There we go. There we go. All right, Oculus. Get those two. Throw the rest of that out. Let's get the resonator. Boop. 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 Go. And Oculus is incomplete. No essence generator connected. That's right. I need to... Oh, frame placement is incomplete. Oh, duh. Jesus Christ, I forgot the rune stones. But it's good because it hasn't marked any of those as wrong. There we go. Comes online. Good, so you can use the new blocks there. We'll just... I break it, put it back in. We're good. Crucible. Just like winging it. There we go. Yep, it completes. Yeah, buddy. I wonder if anyone noticed that you see like item held not compatible. And you put like you get like Arcanus in your hand. Get rid of some of this stuff. See, now it tells you item is compatible. Use the required minimum runestone, right, to get what you want. So I put something extra in there so you can see like a rough check to see if what you have is compatible with the Crucible. I don't think anyone really noticed I did that. All right. So what was the whole point of this? Making this new block, Abyssium? I noticed it helped when I forgot to tier 3 it. I got you. Good, good. You noticed. Someone noticed. Break those. Get out of the way. There we go. Oh, there's more. I should make chain versions of this as well, and support beam versions. And let's do the torch holder. And I also have to make the item form of this. So I got a couple more things to make. Mana torch holder, beam, chain, and actually not rope. So in here, Abyssium, Abyssium. Let me just double check. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do more than that, but the first step is to get the new variant in. 1, 2, 3. So we go further down. Let's copy this, paste, Abyssium, paste and paste. Abyssium. Abyssium will be stone for now. Okay, so that is that. Let's keep looking here. Yep, I need to do the same thing here. Abyssium. Copy. Paste and paste. Copy, paste. Abyssium. Abyssium. Save. And the mana torch holder. So those are for the mana torches. Okay, here are my textures. This does not look right to me. Oh, mana torch holder material, that's what it is. So it's a separate texture. Let's go down to the textures. I'm gonna have to shut off the game. Before I do, we're gonna save and quit because I just did a lot of stuff. I don't want to have to replace it all. All right, where is it? Blocks mana torch holder. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's take a look at Astrolith. What version of this? I think it was just the stone version, right? Zeganite. Yeah, it was just one of the stone versions. So, all right. We're going to do a copy paste. This is going to be Bysium, Abyssium. And let's use this texture. Why not? There's the Abyssium. Right. That. Save. Is that everything? Yeah, I think that's the 3 big things. All right, we're going to build, hop back in. So we should now have the support beam, the chains, and torch holder for this new Abyssium block. We do all the decorations. I want strawberry milk. I want strawberry milk. All right. Yeah, so the only issues I have right now is with that null stone that I'm going to end up deleting. All right, let's see what these look like. So we'll pull out the support beams, the 2 chains and the support beam. And there is our new holder as well. So I'll put it like right there. It's starting to get dark. And you can't really see it on that. All right, something like that. Let's get a mana torch. So that's what it's going to look like. I think it looks pretty good. Not too shabby. Here, let's go from here to here. That looks pretty good too. Let's see what the thick chain looks like. Yeah, buddy. And the small chain. Not too bad, huh? There you go. You guys have more things to build with. I gotta do the localization on this new stuff. So... look at netherite. So this is the torch holder stuff. Copy paste. So this is Bysium, Abyssium. Abyssium torch holder, save. So this is going to be the beam. That is the chain. So ABYSIUM. Copy. Paste. Go. Paste. Capital A. All right, let's see. Dot reload lang. Abyssium support chain, Abyssium support chain, the Abyssium support beam, and the Abyssium torch holder. Okay, there you go. Boop. All right, so this is supposed to be for anti-magic stuff. For now, what I'm gonna do until I get the model finished, start closing some of this stuff out. Abyssium stairs, blah, 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 null stone. Okay, so for this null stone, I'm going to disable it. Actually, I want to delete it. I'm going to close out the game. I'm just getting rid of it. It's not going to be called a null stone. I really, it would be dumb of me to use null in programming for anything. Right, so decorations. Where is Nullstone? Where did I throw it? Is it in stations? Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Got rid of that. Let's go down to here. Nullstone, we'll just delete that right out. And we'll get rid of it there. Build. All right. Now I should be able to go into the game. Clean slate, no errors. Looks good so far. Right, and let's hop back into the world. I get the live stream tomorrow too. I'm spoiled. Yep, no issues captured during startup. Clean slate, baby. Okay, all right. So this is what we're looking at. In a little. All right. Save fireball. All right, so what am I working on now? I have to make the item form of this, and I need a way. How the heck are you gonna get an anti-magic stone in this mod? At what tier should you get it? Should this be a tier 3 kind of thing? Should it just be a tier 1 unlock? Should I just make a rift anchor for it and you get it through, you know, doing that conversion? Abyssium. So I gotta make a new thing. Let's quit. Item types, resources. Enchanted stone, light. Copy this, we'll paste it in. A-B-Y-S-I-U-M. Bysium. Anywhere you see astrolith, change it to Abyssium. There should only be 4 occurrences. Group by okay, so this should be the item form of this. They stack by 64. It's going to sink in water. It'll look just like a stone. Put an essence charge stone into the output of the infusion. Goes in backwards and gets its essence sucked out, becoming Abyssium. I wish I could do that, Spetsy. There is a very strict relationship between an input slot and an output slot. You can't put things into an output slot. So, and I would have to do more complex checks. I love the idea where you're going with it, though. Where it would, like, suck it out. Yeah, you're fully aware. You may come off like a joke, but it would. That's actually pretty smart. That would make sense. I like it. I just really wish I could flex on that. And what tier should you even get this, right? Because that right there is going to dictate quite a bit. If it's, yeah, you could just get this right at tier 1. Okay, I may have jumped overboard with this. I created all these versions of Abyssium, and the only use for it right now is as a ingredient in the anti-magic generator. It's not in anything else. This is why we have 9 different versions of Essence Ash, and why we have the rustic compounds, 3 different types of rustic compounds. This is why we're living it. Yep. This is great. Maybe this should be a tier 3 kind of mage thing. Huh? Like, I'll have it to where, like, you have a chance of finding some pieces of it, but maybe the stone itself is something that a tier 3 mage gets, right? This could be the start of, like, you know. Stone itself could be easy to get as long as the strong things you want to make with it has the material requirements of the tier you want. Well, let's see. Well, let me do this first. Let's go into here. Resources. Where's my Abyssium? So that's not what I want. I gotta find where my Abyssium is. Right here. Copy that. Anti-magic generator, right? Paste. But like what I was thinking of doing is if I make it a tier 3 create, magic tier 3, that gives me a final kind of enchanted stone for tier 3 stuff. And what I can do is I can have it be like a drop. Like, you don't get a lot of it, right? But I would say a semi-rare drop from the ancient artifacts, right? So you should have enough at a low level, you know, just mining a couple of them to be able to get enough to, or not just a couple, right? You'll probably have to save, but you'll get enough to create some of the blocks, right? You won't be able to build huge houses and stuff, but you'll be able to create your anti-magic generator. But the real way you would get it would be like whatever the tier 3 way is, right? Because I tier 3 needs some love. You want to make it like the tier 3 used for tier 3 stuff, to make it higher tier makes sense. Yeah, right. Stone itself could, okay, basically would allow them to use the structure blocks for multi-blocks without letting them instantly pump out anti-magic fields. Yeah, the anti-magic field, I think it's going to take some big chunks of it. But you know, just like enough to where if you're saving, you'll be able to use some of it, but you won't know what the full extent is until tier 3. Because I need some kind of gimmick, right? So tier 1, you know, you got your like crystal transforms, your rifts, you know, like basic dabble. Tier 2, you know, now you can get this upgraded essence, right? You can, you know what I mean? Like you got the astrolith netherite, you got the 3 versions, and you got rift charges, right? So you're kind of using the rust and the rifts as a resource. And then tier 3 needs something, and it would make sense that it would be like an anti-magic kind of thing. Then you're at the pinnacle of magic. You can kind of peer way beyond the veil. All right, let's just see what this looks like. Build. We're gonna hop in. I really just want to see what the texture looks like wrapped in, you know, in the anti-magic generator. Oh, I never defined item abyssium. Ha. Hold on. Stop. Halt. Stop it, criminal scum. Veganite astrolith. Here we go. This will be abyssium. Copy. Paste. And I gotta create it now up here. Item, resource. Copy that, paste it there. Abyssium. Copy, no. Paste. Paste and paste. Boop. If you're wanting anti-magic to be a big part of tier 3, feels like you need at least a bit more than an anti-magic field as an expression of that power. Well, yeah, right? This is just the start, right? Like we're not going right into the huge mansion, but I needed to lay this foundation to allow, you know, the possibilities of like, okay, this is what it is, right? Defining it, this is what it looks like. Now, what does it do, right? How do you get abyssium? Probably something to do with a rift, but maybe a rift interaction that's different, you know, or that at least compounds complements with like another step, right? So, you know, your first resource gathering, you're kind of just throwing down anchors at random rifts. The second one, you can like wrangle the rifts, right? I mean, is the third, is it a temporal storm? You know, I don't know. Like, do you do something more with the rifts? I'm not even sure what more you can do, but an idea will come. And for now, right, it's just another building block. But yeah, now I got to think about it. My brain's been thinking about a lot of stuff for now. So we shall see. We shall see where this all lies. And you know what? I mean, Spetsy, it doesn't even have to necessarily be a tier 3, because think of it this way, right? If I am going to get rid of all of the essences, right, the other essences, and just have a light, neutral, and dark essence, then that pretty much means that at tier 1, you can make Zeganite, you can make Astrolith, you can make Netherite. So what's to say that Abyssium is just another one of those things that you can make right off the bat? And then in the beginning, maybe how you get it, like I'll come up with some unique way to get it. But maybe it's more like, you know, until you get to tier 3, right? It's just something that you build with. I don't know. It's possibilities. All the possibilities. There it is. Item Abyssium. Here. Abyssium Stone. Item Abyssium that needs some localization. Localization love. Copy, paste. Abyssium. Abyssium. And I need a tooltip for it, which should be right here. So I can say anti and I could just say anti-magic stone imbued with the essence from the void. Imbued with anti-magic stone imbued with energy from the void. Ooh, we're creating lore now. You know, it would make sense that all of it is like, if you get everything at tier 1, because if you think of it this way, enchanted stone, that's really easy to get, right? You're getting stone and you're getting rusty dust. 1 for 1, you can make enchanted stone. Even getting rid of all the other essence ash, you still need to be far enough in the line to be able to burn, right? To be able to put your compound in, to burn it with essence, to get essence ash, to get your astrolith blocks and all that stuff. Eldrathnium, you need to take it a step further than this, right? The step further is this right here, right? The Crucible. This is the best way to do it. Make your Eldrathnium bits, you smelt it down into your metal bar, bam, right? Then you got your Eldrathnium material. So Abyssium could be a step beyond that, right? You know, like that I can think of it that way too. So, and if that's the case, sure, it's like technically you could get it in tier 1, but how much of it can you conceivably get that early on as a mage? That's what I was saying earlier. You could definitely afford having stones be early obtainable without immediately being able to use them for big crafts. Yeah, right? It's good that others are on the same page. I love it. Love it. Abyssium. Anti-magic stone imbued with energy from the void. Yeah, buddy. Now I got some recipes to put in yet, right? Because you can't really craft any of these But we're getting there. We are absolutely getting there. What's this? Oh, there it is. Yeah, this doesn't even have a gateway. Gateway stone. Oh, I wanted to check over here. I got rid of the wrong texture. Go back into here. Copy. Undo, 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 undo. This is what I wanted to replace. That. I think I want to put runes on it. Have like a ring of runes or something. I don't like the Eldrathrium in it. You know, I guess it's not bad. When the shape looks different, I think it will look better. You made mention earlier of wanting to do more with the Crucible. How about having its default recipe be a bit more expensive than the other three and give it a Crucible recipe? Yeah, you know, honestly, yeah, probably could do that. But if I'm also going that route, I could add the Astrolith, right? Astrolith, Netherite, and Zeganite. I can add those as Crucible recipes too. Make them a little more expensive to do outside the Crucible. And you could just, boop, you'll be able to throw it in and produce it, mass produce it. Think that's a good idea? Would that be neat? As long as the numbers are not too high on it, sounds really great. Yeah. I mean, the way I've been doing it is like, you know, for instance, to make Zeganite, right, to make the Zeganite stone, it's just one, it's an Eternal Ash, but it's just 1 to 1. It would probably be a 2 Eternal Ash to 1 Enchanted Stone. But remember, that's going to end up being downgraded to just regular Essence or Neutral Ash with the change, right? Because I would be putting that in the same time as releasing this. So it's like, yeah, you could, you know, use both ash that you get combined with a stone just in your crafting table, or you can get more efficiency out of it by bringing it over to, you know, your Crucible and throwing it in there. And then it would be a 1, you know, Essence Ash to 1 Enchanted Stone. Gives more function to the Crucible and makes it all pretty interactive. Yeah, the Crucible is going to kind of become the mass-producing, like, cauldron, almost. The cauldron. All right, so let's see. I love the new Devouring Void. Definitely cool. Would it be too expensive to make the Abyssium recipe something like X amount of any ash, 1 obsidian? Oh, I love it. No, because you can make obsidian through rituals. You could convert stone to flint and flint to obsidian. So, I don't think so. I like that. Let me write that down so I don't forget. So let's do recipe for Vicium, any essence, ash, plus obsidian, right? Something like that. Let's see, add netherite, astrolith, zeganite, wow, zeganite, and Vicium to the crucible. Increase the workbench recipes. There we go. Add that to the list too. It'd be too expensive to make. Okay, I read that. I haven't had to do the rituals much, so I have no frame of reference. One of our explorers found me like 5 stacks of obsidian. Yeah. Well, if you're lucky, yeah, and you have an area where you could find obsidian, you're good. You're not so lucky early on though. That's why I wanted. It really, the initial thought with obsidian was to give you obsidian tools to put a little more effort in the beginning, right? Because you could do the ritual of creation to convert a couple flint to 1 obsidian for like obsidian spears and whatnot. And then I just ended up using obsidian as a staple. Oh, you know what? I wonder if obsidian would look better with that texture there. Wonder. Oh, I got the silence debuff. I can't even cast any spells right now. There we go. We'll shut that off. That works too well. Boop. There we go. Oh yeah, and also I want to make the effects list longer. I also want to do that. Make the effects list a little longer. It's a little tight with the length of some of the names of the stuff. And you know what? We were talking about it before. Make a ritual. I'll say make a spell ritual that creates a portal that a player can walk into to get a long-term buff that makes them better at a essence duel, I guess. Yeah, there we go. I'll know what I mean. By getting that far, I'll know. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Got Abyssium. I don't know. Running low on ideas here. Oh, I need to get a make recipes for all Abyssium blocks. Make recipe for anti-magic generator. There. I gotta put those in so you can actually get them. And you know what? The other thing too, I'll say, not potentially, remove all essence ash types and use the light, neutral, dark ones. Keep in game and add conversion recipe. And then I would have to go through all recipes to move to the new. Bam. Okay. Looking good. That's like all my to-do list here. My to-do list. All right. I think... what are we thinking? Has my butt had enough in this chair? Let's get rid of that null stone. That's not a thing anymore. That's a pretty good template. I'm going to make it more grandiose. Yeah, I think we are pretty good right now. I'm gonna have to make some more sigils, but that won't be a problem. I'm gonna need the names of the warlock, the whatever, right? You know, like call the soul of the warlock. For that long-term buff. So really, I could come out with another update at any time. Because the big things were, you know, some bug fixes, but it was really the effects list. There, we'll pop, short term, right? So really the big things were the new effects list that you can move around, which is awesome. And then, of course, reloading and actually taking snapshots and reloading it. Lean into tabletop stuff, call it Warlock's Pact. What would a light and neutral versions of that be? Like Mystic's Pact, Warlock's Pact? What would the light be? Here, let me add that. Warlock's Pact. Wizard's Insight, Cleric's Boon. So do you think it should be... I guess I always try to keep some of the terms the same, right? So if I use the term pact, because it's part of like the sigil, for instance, right? A sigil is offline. I can't do anything with a sigil and other things because that's already a specific type of block, right? Like a boon would be another term for like a buff, perhaps. But you know, what if I end up really leaning into like lunar magic, and I had something unique, and I wanted to call those boons, but I have the cleric's boon, right? You know what I mean? Am I overthinking that, Spetsy? Because I get, and the reason why I think like that is because a lot of the feedback that I get are from people who get confused with some stuff. You know? If I have like a mage candle and then I ended up coming up with some other kind of candle, or the in-game candle. They're like, why can't I use this candle? It's like, because it's not a mage candle. You know, that's the in-game candle. Well, why doesn't it work? You know what I mean? Compound would be another thing. Well, I burned the other compounds in there, but, you know, there's this other compound. Why can't I put it in here? Because it's not the burnable kind of compound, you know? I tried to do something with this sigil. It's like, oh, well, it's not a ritual sigil. So, you know, like, so if I were to use Pact, I could do like Cleric's Pact, Warlock's Pact, and although Cleric sounds healing, right? Technically, it's not healing, it's just light essence. Right? Because that would be more like alteration, you would think. And that's not you know what I mean? That's not what that is. The only instance of me seeing people confused about stuff were people that couldn't speak English much. I've been trying to help them with that quite a bit. Yeah. I can't speak too much on that. You know, I'm just like, I like Warlock's Pact. Because, like, I could do, like, for instance, Mystic, right? That could be neutral. Right? My brain thinking. If you want to use one term for all three of them, your ideal of soul isn't bad. My MO. Yeah. I mean, at this point, we're just kind of, right? We're trying to, you know, we're splitting hairs on the rest of the head that needs a cut too. I'm gonna just see what I get here. What could okay, here. I am looking for magic class names for Warlock or Dark. Right, let's see what kind of things we get. Seraph. Seraph. Etherean, Celestian, Seraphic. Nope. Because I already have that as a type of Arcanist. Radiant Born. Luminarch. This is all garbage. Maybe more like... I can't really do Divine. Polaris, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think of it. But at least this will give me something to think about when I look at it again. The thing about Pact is that typically implies there's something on the other side agreeing to this exchange for power, which doesn't quite fit for just anything the way it does for Warlock. Well, in general terms, yes, but remember the lore that I cultivated, the fact that the magic all comes from primordial rust, and really light is just a distillation of primordial rust, the same as neutral and dark, right? So you know what the rust is, it's all of those energies coming together, and that's why it's so toxic to you, right? They're all in conflict. So your essence generators are filtering out based on whatever their criteria is, right? The catalyst for filtering it out of the air, right? Like, so there's this rust energy everywhere. That's why the portals open up. So just because it's light doesn't mean it's holy. right? Just because it's dark doesn't mean it's evil and wanting, right? Just because it's neutral, that's just a distilled version. So there's nothing that says there aren't, you know, light essence beings that I end up bringing in, right? Or neutral, you know, because you distill those down further into the elements, right? So you could have a pact in other games, yeah, like Warlock. Yeah, you're thinking like demonic pacts, but that's not what Dark Essence is in this. It's not demonic in nature, right? It's just the type of energy that's filtered out, and you happen to get it through the catalyst of sacrificing light, right? Same with the light, right? That's just like photosynthesis. There are a lot of high-powered entities tied to certain essence, then a pact would fit great. Well, I kind of do want to go that route. If you look, I was brainstorming some names, like void creature names, like Zarathos, and, you know, like, I want to have, like, deity stuff, you know, like some kind of, like, greater beings. So having a pact like this, and especially if the pact makes you better at the one thing and then a little worse at the others, I think that's a pretty good idea, right? Because it's like, okay, I can get the level 1 pact, and maybe it lasts an hour, right? So it's kind of like short term, but I can do it at tier 1, and it's like the Warlock's pact that you know, or whatever, right? You know, like, so whatever that pact or soul, whatever I call it, it makes it to where, like, darkness, like, I get a, you know, 5% mana or 10% mana deduction from that, you know, from all darkness, but maybe 5% in the other two increase, right? And then that 5%, you know, decrease for, or increase for the other two, you know, then like the tier 2 version will last longer, and that'll give you a 10% and then maybe a 15, while maintaining that steady 5%. So it's not like you're getting deeper in the weeds and your negative effects grow. That's the way I would do it. Yeah, Warlocks aren't inherently evil in D&D. Yeah. You have Celestial and Fey Warlocks. Yeah. Yeah, right? So yeah, but there's a lot of possibilities, and it's gonna, you know, a lot of this is gonna take some time to iron out. And I'm not sure when this next update's gonna be out. I could release it tomorrow, and I could just maybe cap this off and be, because there's a lot of bug fixes in this release as well. Smoothing things out, fixing localization, stuff like that. So like it is technically ready to go. But man, a lot of good ideas today. Holy crap. This is good. This is fun. This is fun. And I still have to, so I'm pretty much at the point now, the next big thing, like probably when I get off stream here, I'll probably get some food and maybe mess with this, kind of make it a little more boxy, you know, a little more angled, like just make it look a little different than this. Maybe mess with the palette a little bit. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I may actually end up reversing these. But once this is in and it's got a recipe, and I put the recipes in for all this, which probably will take me about 30 minutes, then the anti-magic stuff will be mostly done. I still have to think about how you are going to erase your buffs, right? Because that's going to be a big part of it. So maybe I could focus on that tonight. Come up with something just like, maybe it looks like an altar to something. Made out of, you know, whatever it is. Maybe you carve it out of stone, like this stone. I'm not sure what that would look like, though. I'm envisioning a very simple block, right? Something that may look like this, but without the spikes coming up, and then you like walk up to it, and then you right click on it, and it just dumps all of your buffs. But you have to right click on it. And then when that's done, the next thing that I can really dig into, probably what the focus of tomorrow's stream is going to be, is the gateway system. We will plan out the data, the important data that the gateway should be sending, and get those fixed. And then if I could do that tomorrow, it's worth holding off sending you, like, I'm not going to send an update out tonight, even though a lot has changed and it's really good, because I would rather send all of that stuff together, you know? And if it's going to take me one more day to complete that and get, you know, the rest of the stuff in for the buffs, I think it's good. All right, let's look into who is streaming Vintage Story. Like praying to these ancient beings. Yeah, I think it would be kind of cool to... You see, my brain's like rabbit holing myself, because what I'm thinking is I could make an altar, like just a regular altar block. You could right click on it and it will open up a, you know, like an inventory, like a single slot inventory. And see, this completely... This doesn't make sense, but just listen to the... just keep in mind the underlying theme here. You get a block, you open it up, and let's say I want to prune out certain types of buffs, like from light essence. So I get astrolith, right? However many astrolith, and I can put the astrolith in the sacrificial altar slot, right? And load it up there. And then when I right click on it, instead of erasing all my buffs, it will erase just all of the light themed buffs. And then neutral would be Zeganite, and then dark would be Netherite. And maybe the thing that you could get back, that it could drop out by doing that, could be Abyssium, right? Because you would be using astrolith as the catalyst to remove the buff, right? Your extra energy that you have in the form of a buff. And maybe it could be like a 10% chance, right? Just something supplemental to get Abyssium to like drop out on top. And then you could pick up Abyssium. What do you think about that? Because the other thing is, yeah, right, you could go in there and then just put Abyssium in. And that would wipe out your buffs. Or you could also put Abyssium in, and then it would wipe out all of your buffs, right? You know, like it would get all of them instead of just light, just neutral, or just dark. What do you think of that, Spetsy? Or anyone else watching? Does that make sense? Does that seem like it could be neat? Gives you a little more power to maybe erase certain, you know, instead of just a clean slate. To definitely see something like that. Honestly, I could see altars doing a lot. Yeah, and that's what I got to be careful of. I don't want to create another Crucible. You know what I mean? I don't want to create another Crucible that has all this potential to do things and a big setup and everything, and it does like one thing. Right? So I gotta be very careful. Yeah. That's why like the name of whatever this simplistic block would be, right? It would be something I don't know. It would be like, you would look at it and be like, oh, okay, so that name kind of makes sense to what it does, right? Like, oh, the blah blah blah, the buff eater. I don't know. something eater, you know what I mean? Like it could be something like that. And you know what I could also do too? I mean, there's a whole nother avenue. The magic eraser. Yeah. Mr. Clean. When I get more time, I probably would want to change that altar block, whatever it's called, let's say magic eraser, to where when you like right click on it, it has a list of the buffs, right, that you have in a drop down, and then you can click the buff you want. And then, I mean, at that point, it would make sense to just have it take Abyssium. You know what I mean? That way you could target which buffs you want to remove one at a time. Because let's face it, who's going to want to clear off all of their buffs? All of their tier 3 buffs? That's silly. Mainly, it seems like what people would want is to be able to remove swiftness. Because they're trying to build. The other buffs don't really block you, right? Like Temperance. Why would you care if you have another 15 health points maximum, right? You know, like, let's be real with it. You probably just want to remove swiftness. Yeah, or like Mark of the Zephyr, right? Or Soaring Leap, right? If you want a little more control, because that could be a little annoying to try and navigate around your house if you got to jump up on, you know, like hop, skid. Like it's, you know, it's a little hard. Or Fly, yeah, right. So some of the what I would refer to as like maybe a nuisance spell to be able to take those off. And you know what I could do if it's only those 4 spells that people would want to get rid of? I could just make a simple little altar block that when you right click on it, like maybe it doesn't really, you know, maybe for now it just erases those 4 spells. Right? Simple right click, boop, prune those spells off, you're good to go. A way to remove Fly, swiftness, Zephyr, and Soaring Leap. Just today I wanted to fly to a friend and summon an axe to him. Couldn't do that because I didn't meditate enough before casting Fly, so I didn't have the mana to summon an axe. So I had to use some of my Rift Plume tea. Yeah, 19 minutes of Fly left. Yeah. Honestly, the Fly spell needs to be revamped, needs to be improved. I don't know. If you have any ideas on like maybe better ways to do that, I mean, I could do like a magic suppression thing where maybe if you have like your focus of enshrouding and you hold it, it makes those other buffs like suspend, you know, but that's a whole nother system. It would be easier just to remove it. You know, you hold this item in your hand and it removes it, or maybe it's like a necklace that you put on, or you know what I mean? It'd be too strong. IMO would be too strong without it. Non-stop flight is just so good, even compared to the other tier 3 spells. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's just unfortunate that you can't meditate. If you have suggestions on it, I would be open to suggestions. Tier 4 line of magic, I could see it being tier 4. Yeah. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Because I gotta stretch. It's a 7:10 right now. My butt hurts. My gluteus maximus. Vintage story. Who do we got? We're raiding someone. Who do we got? Who do we want? Who do we want to watch? Betsy, you have anyone that you want me to raid? Keep the good times rolling. I'm probably gonna like action roll out of the stream. Maybe head to my phone or something and sit on the couch and like stretch out my poor back. Yeah, but I'm really curious to know like what the best way would be to. No, I'm probably gonna head back to hell diving. I got you. Yeah, I wonder what the best way would be to like suppress one of those spells. I don't know. I gotta think about it. All right, so let's raid. Ooh. I don't think anyone need to spend some years. Radford. Am I following them? Who am I following? I don't even know these days. Who am I following? No one. No one that I follow is playing. So these are all new people. You know what? I am going to raid. I don't know. All right, just a random person. This person's doing modded realism, heavily modded. All right, cool. We'll go with this person. Just the kobold. Wait, they do speak English, right? Hold on. Let me.
So we can play with Omen, so he stops whining.
Oh my god, do they speak English? Oh, I gotta turn my music down. Wait. Professional streamer here. Hold on. Okay. Speak, person. You were just talking before.
Where'd you get that from?
Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right, we're gonna raid this person. / raid just the kobold. A buff that is just if you have fly, you don't have fly. Perfect. You cast a buff on a buff. A buff on a buff. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Huge progress today. Added a bunch of stuff to the mod. This is good. This is some good stuff here. Did a lot of decent testing. I got my whole system here set up now, so I can test multiplayer a lot easier. Yeah. So I'll think about the spells. I'll think about what is to be done first. Tomorrow we will be working on the gateways. I'll probably start that stream, same early type stream, 9 a.m. Eastern time, my time. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. And then from there, if I can crank out gateways, we'll probably start doing some of this other stuff on the list. But we'll see. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. Adios. See you later. Bye.